Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Quirkless Deku became a badass villain, part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Verdant Emperor Villian Deku by TheHinokami. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Men were not born equal in this world, yet you would think humanity would try to make the world as best as they could so that the overall level of humanity would increase due to the accomplishments of everyone. However, it seems humans are cruel creatures as they only aim to make the unfairness even more unfair. Now you might be wondering how we know about this, how we are so sure of this. Well, that is easy, as we will follow the life of one Izuku Midoriya and we will see how the world treated him and how they finally made him snap. This snap would have a shockwave effect that would alter the course of humanity, as Izuku Midoriya wasn't your average person at all. Instead, he was a person they should have feared from birth, but they took his unwillingness to raise his hand in retaliation as a sign of weakness instead of restraint. As such, Izuku Midoriya finally got pushed too far and decided it was time for him to change the world. It was time for a revolution, and he would lead it and rule the new world order so that fairness was no longer a fantasy. The time of the heroes is over. Third Pov. Izuku Midoriya Day was going just like it always was. He was being picked on and bullied by the other students, and the teachers did nothing to stop them. In fact, they even encouraged the students to do some of the things that they did to Izuku Midoriya and that boiled his blood, but Izuku kept his smile on and pushed through each day. Izuku refused to break under their attacks. He refused to bend from his goal. His goal, you might be wondering, was to become a hero. He didn't care to be the next #1 hero because he was realistic that someone like him would never be able to do that, but he didn't care how high in the ranks he went. He only wanted to save people. He wanted to save other quirkless people, the people that are torn down by society, those that are forgotten. He wanted to be a hero to these people. That is all that he ever wanted, but any mention of him being a hero would be as if blood was in the water and the sharks would come to eat him alive. 28 Izuku Midoriya was currently sitting at his desk and praying for the day to get closer to the end. He was writing in his notebook labeled Hero Analysis for the Future. In this book, he was taking notes of people's fighting styles, their quirks, their weaknesses, their strengths, and anything overall that Izuku deemed useful. Then Izuku heard the teacher talk about career choices and Izuku felt his stomach drop. He's going to screw me over, isn't he? Izuku thought as he saw the smirk on the teacher's face. At that moment, Izuku knew that the teacher was going to announce his choice on where he wanted to go, and that would send everyone after him. Izuku was more scared of what Bakugo would do. Yes, that is right. Izuku does not refer to Katsuki Bakugo as Kachan in his own mind. He only does that to keep appearances up, since he's sure that Bakugo would find him fishy if he suddenly stopped after all of these years. As such, he does it to keep appearances up only. Izuku still saw Bakugo as an old friend though and wish he would go back, but he knew. He knew that Bakugo Katsuki was likely too far gone for him to go back to his old self. Even if he did, there is so much damage that he has caused that he doesn't even acknowledge it. As Izuku was sitting there and preparing himself, he heard the teacher announce where he wanted to go, and then he could feel the change in temperature as Bakugo turned his quirk on and had small explosions already in his hand as he slammed his hand down on Izuku's desk, causing a small explosion that knocked Izuku back and out of his chair onto the floor. The number of crimes he gets away with every single day is stupid, Izuku thought. However, he knew he could do nothing about it, since the last time he tried to even got to the police they laughed at him since he was quirkless and said to stop lying. Izuku's trust in the police weakened greatly that day and he decided to keep silent and shut up. 18 Bakugo was yelling at Izuku and asking him stupid questions like if Izuku thought he was better than him and some other random crap that Izuku just played stupid on and waved his hands to calm Bakugo down. I don't need more wounds to care for, Izuku thought as he got back into his seat. The rest of the class went by and it was time for them to all go home. However, Bakugo was not done with Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo walked up and pushed Izuku back down into his chair and was talking to Izuku. Damn useless Deku. How dare you try to go for Ua? Quirkless freaks aren't welcome there, and it's going to be my perfect origin story of leaving this dump without any useless people following me. Do you understand? Bakugo stated, and Izuku just gritted his teeth and shouted back that they got rid of the rule that stops quirkless people years ago. Bakugo didn't like that answer and placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder and burned it a bit. He then grabbed the notebook and asked if it was a diary before he used his quirk on it to destroy parts of it before he tossed it out of the window. As Bakugo and his lackeys were walking out the door, Bakugo turned around and gave Izuku some advice. "I know a way for you to be a hero. If you want a quirk so badly, how about you go to the roof and pray for one as you take a swan dive?" Bakugo said as he walked out, leaving Izuku alone and heart destroyed. This wasn't the first time he's gotten suicided baited, and he doubted it would be the last time, but it made Izuku's dark thoughts return to his mind since it was from his old friend, or rather former old friend. "If I did that, there's a good chance that your dreams would end, idiot. Though I wouldn't be surprised if the police covered it up," thought Izuku due to his experiences with the police. 10 Izuku went out and grabbed his notebook and started to walk away from the school. Soon though, the last straw of his will and desire to be a hero would shatter. Soon, the world would give birth to the man that would change everything. Izuku was walking under an underpass minding his own business when the events that would trigger it all would start. It was due to one villain known as the sludge villain that came out of a manhole cover. This villain was running away from a hero and had escaped capture so far, but he ran into Izuku Midoriya, who had just walked past the manhole. As such, the villain grabs him and tried to hide inside his body, which would kill Ayaka Midoriya. Izuku tried to resist, but soon he would be saved but also crushed by the hero. The hero that came to save him was none other than All Might. All Might yelled out his Texas Smash and blew the sludge villain apart, saving Izuku, who got knocked out due to the lack of air. 19. After waking Izuku up, All Might got the villain together and had already signed Izuku's notebook. All Might checked Izuku over before he got ready to leave, even though Izuku wanted to ask a question. The question was, could a quirkless person be a hero? However, All Might refused to listen in, but Izuku grabbed onto All Might as he jumped away. All Might noticed this and told him to let go of him, but they were in the air, forcing All Might to land. The problem with that is All Might was at his limit. As they were talking and Izuku had asked All Might the question, All Might coughed some blood up and dropped from his buff form. It was at this moment that Izuku learned of All Might's true form. They talked for a bit and Izuku was left broken. For All Might had told Izuku that quirkless people could not be heroes. Without a quirk? No, I don't believe someone without a quirk could be a hero. It's good to dream, but you need to be realistic. The job of a hero is dangerous and will get you killed if you're not powerful enough. If you want to help people, then go be a police officer or an EMT. They get some hate, but they are still a vital part of our society. All Might stated as he went down the steps. He left Izuku Midoriya there on that roof with no other concern whatsoever. Izuku just stared at the door that All Might went through and just had so many thoughts in his mind at that moment, but one thing he was sure of, that he snapped. He finally broke. Symbol of peace. More like symbol of lies. You have gone on TV for years telling everyone that anyone could do it, but in private you are nothing but a liar. A man of falsehood. Izuku thought with anger in his eyes. It was at that moment that when Izuku Midoriya had snapped and many plans and ideas were flooding his mind, he was no longer restraining himself. 31 Izuku soon heard an explosion from the distance and decided to go check it out. Soon he arrived to find one Katsuki Bakugo being held by the sludge villain that attacked Izuku. Izuku just stood there watching. However, a deep part of him decided to push him forward to save Bakugo. What the hell am I doing? Ah yes. If he dies, then he dies due to my plans are at my hands. No way will he die to a lowly sludge villain. Izuku thought as he grabbed some rocks, and as he was running he tossed them into the sludge villain's eyes, causing him to go backward in pain, which provided Bakugo some time to breathe. Bakugo shouted asking why he was there, and Izuku just told him that he wasn't going to let him die to some pathetic sludge villain. Instead, it has to be someone higher or at my hands, Izuku thought in his mind. 17 Within seconds, All Might came down upon them and defeated the sludge villain, grabbing Bakugo and Izuku. Izuku tried really hard to keep his anger in check at this man. Izuku soon slipped away after he was done getting yelled at by the pro heroes for rushing in. Really? Yell at me for doing your job and yet you all praise Bakugo for his quirk? Pathic. Izuku thought. Soon though, Bakugo came up to Izuku and yelled at him that he didn't need to be saved. Izuku just stayed silent and let him leave. Though, his peace was disturbed once again. The one and only All Might arrived. Young Midoriya, I've come with a correction and an offer. As we were all standing there doing nothing, you the quirkless boy rushed in and saved the day. I was wrong before. You can be a hero. All Might stated, and Izuku's plans soon came to a halt, but not for long. As Izuku's eyes widened, his soul took another hit when All Might offered his power. What? Quirks that can be transferred? Izuku thought as All Might offered a quirk called One for All. All Might explained that the quirk gets passed down from one generation to the next, just getting stronger, and All Might wanted Izuku to use it to be a hero. It was at that moment that Izuku's heart caught up with his mind. Of course. It's all about the quirk once again. Izuku thought with anger in his mind. Izuku then looked at All Might and then spoke. All Might paled a bit. 9. As I thought. This world only cares about quirks. I was hoping when you came here and said you were wrong that you changed, but you've just proved it. You are nothing more than a quirkist bastard in my eyes. Take your quirk and shove it. I don't need your pity, All Might. You've already broken me. Goodbye, All Might. Izuku said as he just walked right past All Might, who was in shock. He didn't know what to do. All he could think of was the dullness in the eyes of the young man before him and how he caused it. He regretted his words from the roof so much at that moment. 75. Soon Izuku Midoriya arrived at his home, where his mother had yet to return from work. He decided to put his plans into action. Now, what plans could Izuku Midoriya have, you might ask? Well, of course, the plans he made from that rooftop to the moment he walked into his home, of course. Izuku Midoriya was very smart and had a high intelligence after all. He's only suppressed it all this time, since him being smarter than others would only put a much larger target on his back after all. It was at this moment that Izuku Midoriya grabbed all of his notebooks, some other personal items, and his laptop that he hid from his mother. He started his plan and wrote a note to his mother that read, 3. Dear Mother, I know you might worry about me, but I need to do this. I've suffered so much. I can't do this anymore. From all the beatings and neglect from my students and teachers at school to the suffering that I put you through at having a quirkless son in this society. I'm sorry that Dad left because of me, and I'm sorry that everyone distanced themselves from you due to my living here with you. I need you to promise me that you won't hate me for what I'm about to do. Just known. I will always love you, Mother. 16. So please forget I existed, since it will be better if you move on from me and not worry. Love, Izuku Midoriya 3. Soon the note was finished and Izuku taped it to the computer screen in his room. He looked around and took his last memories in that he would have of this room. He left all of the All Might stuff alone, since there was no point in destroying it. His mother could sell it for money. Izuku did not take any of his clothing except a few pairs to change into. He would acquire Mother later, since the note could be taken two ways if the person was smart. It could be a suicide note or a note of something worse. As such, he didn't want to take too much and cause people to look too hard for him, since most people will give up after a few weeks due to him being quirkless. Izuku closed his door and went to the living room and took a picture with his phone of one of the hanging picture frames. This frame had his mother and him both in it when he was younger, which things were simpler. Izuku then looked around one more time before he left. This was the start of Izuku's journey to change the world. 3rd POV. Izuku Midoriya ran away from his home and started to head towards a more sketchy city that was roughly 1 hour from his old home. He took the train system and just waited for it to arrive as he was running through ideas in his head. There was one thing that Izuku Midoriya knew he would need, is that he would need to work out and train hardcore from now on. However, first, he needed a home and a source of food. That is why he was heading towards the more sketchy town. You might think that this would be a horrible move on his part, that he is not physically capable of defending himself currently and doesn't have a lot of money, but there is one thing he does have, and it's his brain. If you would all remember the notebooks, then you would remember that he has a treasure trove of information that he could sell to other people. He could also offer information on other villains so that rival gangs could take out their competitions. 5. As such, this city he was heading to, otherwise known as Kamino Ward, which is a large town in Yokohama. It is home to many people, but it is also home to a lot of villains in the dark shadows of the city, since there are a lot of abandoned places around this city. Soon Izuku arrived in the city and got to work. He moved around and he did some deep searching and hacking far in the past, and had found a location where info brokers would meet up sometimes to deal with random customers off the streets that needed things. As such, Izuku was currently moving towards the old location that he knew of and hoped that it was still an active meetup point. After about 30 minutes of moving through the city, he arrived in the place and came upon the place. He had to go into the back area and into a more rundown section where he went up a few flights of steps before he carried to what was a small alleyway that had a long maze that led to the street, but it was easier to go the way Izuku came. 3:14 Izuku entered the restaurant and chose a seat in the far back so he had a vantage point of seeing everyone that entered and left. A waiter came up and Izuku asked if they had any information on any specials. That was the code phrase that Izuku had learned from his research, and the expression on the waiter turned to something else quickly before going neutral. Yes, the number 8 on our menu is good. Would you like it? The waiter asked and Izuku nodded his head. Soon the food was brought and the waiter had brought someone that was asking to sit and join him since he looked alone. Izuku nodded his head and agreed. The other person was given food as well so they looked like they were one party. That was an old phrase you used. Also, you don't look like a regular. So tell me why I should waste any time since it's risky of me to talk to you? Asked the man across from Izuku. Izuku paused his eating and looked at the man. Nothing was great about the man, nor did he have any noticeable marks to identify him from most people. Likely his quirk. His face appears to blurry and I remember seeing him in another booth with that clothing but not the same face. Izuku thought and decided to use that as a way in with talking to the man. Neat quirk you have. It changes the appearance or the facial recognition of those around you so people have a hard time remembering your true face and it makes it near impossible for you to get caught. Izuku stated. The man's eyes widened a bit and then Izuku knew he was right and then started talking more. It does have some weaknesses though. The problem you have is I did see what I assume is your real face before your quirk activated. You were sitting in another booth and if someone is really watching and paying attention to details they would remember you are wearing the same clothing from another person that is no longer in the restaurant but the door never opened and closed between then and now. As such, I'm assuming you are the same person, meaning that is either your true face from earlier or it isn't. As such, ways to overcome this would be to wear a medical mask before you meet up with the person you're going to talk to and go into the restroom to change clothing before coming back out. Even just a change in the overcoat would have thrown me off more than you changing nothing. Izuku stated and then started to eat a bit more. The man was dead silent and was not moving. Izuku peeked up at his eyes and the man had fear in his eyes. Izuku wasn't surprised. He had just dissected his quirk within less than 1 minute of talking to him and less than 10 minutes of being in the same room as him. This was also the first time Izuku saw it in action, so the fear is a good reaction to someone doing that to you. The man then calmed himself down and looked at Izuku. Impressive. Still doesn't explain why I should be talking to you, but it does make me wary of you and impressed. Stated the man. Izuku nodded his head. Indeed it doesn't, but it shows what I can do on a simple basis and within minutes of meeting you and gathering information. I want to sell information about other villains to other villains and information on heroes to villains. I am looking to earn money to get shelter and a source of food before I move on to bigger plans. Are you someone I can use for this avenue or do you recommend someone else for this type of work? Izuku asked. The man's eyes widened. He knew the value of the information Izuku was offering. It only took Izuku a few moments of meeting him, and he had so much on his quirk, and if Izuku were given video and more time then villains would have a treasure trove of information on other villains and heroes. Izuku was a dark horse in the war of heroes versus villains and he has now fallen to the villain's side. 61. I can handle the first few transactions and then depending on the validity of the information which I have no concerns about then I can push you to my boss who is the main broker of information in the underworld. No one is better than him in Japan. Do you have anything on 4X and 4X? They are both heroes that operate in this area and have been giving the local gangs problems. Getting information to get rid of them would provide you a lot of favor with the local gangs and help ensure your safety from them. Stated the info broker. Izuku pulled out some blank paper and the man was confused until he saw Izuku start writing everything down. It was about 25 minutes later when Izuku finished writing and Izuku handed over 3 full pages of information and possible plans to take the heroes down. The info broker was downright terrified. This kid memorized all of this information and was able to reproduce it? Does he have an intelligence quirk or analysis quirk? Thought the man. No, I don't have a quirk at all. I am quirkless. Izuku stated, knowing what the man was likely thinking, and this caused the man's eyes to snap up to Izuku in disbelief. I am 100% quirkless. I got the double toe joint and all," Izuku stated with a sweet smile that didn't seem sweet at all to the man. The fact that Izuku was quirkless outright terrified the man. A quirkless young boy was able to produce this level of information, and it was horrifying. If this kid had an IQ quirk or something on top of his natural intelligence, then they were all doomed. Oh. The man didn't know how close he was. They were already doomed, to begin with. 42 Soon the man provided a down payment and warned Izuku if the information is false he would be hunted, but if it proved true as he believed it was, then Izuku would get far more money and would be provided with a lot of clients. Izuku nodded his head, and the info broker provided Izuku with a burner phone that Izuku could be reached at. The info broker said it was a free gift since he saw Izuku as a high profit provider for his boss. Izuku accepted the phone, but he was no fool. He would go through the programs and code on it to ensure there was no way for it to be bugged or listened into. Izuku was merciful in the past, but he was no fool. Things like hacking and that type of thing came easy due to Izuku's intelligence, and he would show it off. Izuku took the money and soon found a decent hotel to stay in the next few nights until he earned more money. The word decent was a stretch, but it was a warm place for him to sleep instead of the streets, so he didn't complain. Though once he was settled in, he pulled his laptop out and looked up the local news, and he saw that his mother had reported him missing, but the notice about him was only a small blurb on the local news. It was to be expected since Izuku was a quirkless person after all. Oh. How they will regret not putting more attention to me in the future. They have more chance at stopping the future by catching me now before I grow powerful, Izuku thought as he sat on the bed in the room. Now while he was doing that, there were a few people reaching to his disappearance the following morning. One was Katsuki Bakugo, who was a mix of emotions. One thing that was constant in his mind: did Izuku Midoriya take his advice that he gave him the previous day? He couldn't have. His will wouldn't break throughout all of these years, and I refuse to believe he would. He would take my damn stupid advice. Bakugo thought as a new emotion that he had no idea how to handle came surfacing up. It was regret, but he didn't know what this emotion was since he's never really experienced it. 61 The other person that was reacting was All Might. He had entered the police station where his friend was working at. This friend was the detective himself with the lie detector quirk. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. This detective was surprised to see his friend but welcomed All Might in regardless. That is when All Might saw the case file with Izuku Midoriya's picture. Now, what's that case file with the green-haired boy? All Might asked. The detective's facial expression went sour, and that confused All Might. All Might thought the boy might have been a troublemaker, but his thoughts were cut off by what his friend said. He's a possible suicide case. A note was found in his home with his belongings still there. The note talked about how he couldn't take the abuse and neglect anymore. The boy is quirkless, and sadly, society forces them all to kill themselves more or less by his age. His mother told us he still held onto his dream of being a hero no matter what happened to him, but it seems something finally broke his will to live. He's gone missing and we can't find him so far, but the search only started this morning when she reported him. Doubtful anyone else is going to touch this case except me, since quirkless people are thought as worthless and a waste of resources, so most people won't do much to find him. If a body isn't found, he will be presumed dead in a month or so, and I will be forced to close the case, Naomasa stated. At that, All Might just fell into the chair behind him and shocked Naomasa, who was worried for his friend due to the wound on him. 11. What did I do? All Might was muttering. The detective was confused until All Might spoke up. I met him yesterday. He asked me if he could be a hero, and I told him no. I told him it was okay to dream, but to be realistic, and that quirkless people couldn't be heroes. I then told him to be a police officer or an EMT. I'm the one that broke his will to live, All Might stated. The detective was shocked and disappointed in his friend. His friend who was quirkless without one for all. I need you to take me to that last spot you saw him. His body might be there, Naomasa asked, and All Might just paled at that but nodded his head as he took his friend to the location. They arrived but found no Izuku Midoriya anywhere near the building. It was a dead end. All Might could only go home that day and go through his decisions of that day and regret it so much. He had missed what would likely be the perfect successor for One for All due to his own actions. Though All Might didn't know that he would be seeing Izuku Midoriya once again, and he is going to wish that he could go back and smack his past self. 38 Though there was one more person that reacted, and it was Inko Midoriya. Inko Midoriya was just in her home and could be seen in her son's room with all the hero stuff. She just laid there on her son's bed with a dull expression. She just kept reading that note over and over, wondering where she could have done better, but she knew. She knew that one day this was going to likely happen, and she could only hope that her son was still alive and was doing the second meaning of the letter instead of the first one. You see, Inko Midoriya is not clueless. She knew a portion of what her son went through, but no matter what she did, the schools, police, others wouldn't do anything. She also knew that the letter pointed to either death or him becoming a villain, and Inko didn't care if he did that. As long as he was alive, she was happy. She would be sad if her son was harming others, but she would rather him be alive instead of dead. That is all she could ask for, and deep down she could tell that he was still alive, so she knew she would need to keep pushing forward as her son asked. Maybe one day they would meet again. 3rd Pav. 5 It was a few days since Izuku transferred the information to the info broker. Izuku was sitting in his hotel room doing some hacking and gathering information that he thought he would need. This information was over local gangs and who was fighting who. Izuku had planned to gain control of everything and everyone to build up his army. However, he also needed absolute loyal men and women to serve as his top individuals, and he thinks he found one such individual. This person was a vigilante currently who was operating under the name of Dabi. This person was a fire user, but something was off about the man, so Izuku was trying to dig into the person named Dabi and find out who he was before becoming the man known as Dabi. As Izuku was working, his phone went off and he saw it was the info broker. One day before my estimate of when he would call me, Izuku thought. He answered the phone and was met with an excited tone. 16. Congratulations, kid. The information you provided was accurate and allowed two gangs that hated each other to work together and wipe out the two annoying heroes. It's even set a temporary peace between the two sides since they are curious about you. Anyway, my boss Jiren would like to meet you and establish permanent business between you and him. Can you meet 4x at 2 p.m.? Asked the low-rank info broker. Izuku informed him that he could do it and that he would be there. Soon they talked about a few more details before the call was ended, and Izuku started to pack his things before getting ready. He was likely not going to return to his hotel after tonight regardless, since the first payment for the two heroes should be high enough to rent a home or apartment for a while. Killing heroes isn't an easy thing to do, and Izuku's plans made it easy. 18 Soon Izuku finished packing everything and he arrived at the location where they were meant to meet. Izuku looked around and then noticed the old broker he met with walking with someone else. Izuku got to work analyzing the man. From what he gathered before, since he knew the name Jiren already, is that his quirk allows a memory fogging type ability, so people always forget where they met him, what they talked about, and other things. It's usually used on people who won't be doing business on a long-term basis. The info broker sat down and the meeting started. Jiren looked Izuku over, then smirked. So my employee here has told me quite a lot about you. Also, aren't you the missing kid from the news? Jiren asked. Izuku nodded his head as well and started to talk. Indeed, I am Kagero Okuda, aka Jiren. However, that doesn't really matter. What matters is what I plan for in the future and how we can both profit from working together. No? Izuku stated, and Jiren's eyes widened for a split second. He goes to great work to keep his real name hidden most of the time, and there are only a few places to find it that he couldn't get rid of, but most people never find it to begin with. Indeed, kid. Indeed. Now, what are you planning? Jiren asked. Izuku smirked at that. I have many plans, but one such plan. I plan to change the very fabric of our society and likely the entire world. It will take a lot of work and I will need people to be loyal to me, but those will work out as my plan goes along. As it stands right now, I need money to start up a lab, a living place, food, clothing, and the general things. I am offering what I did for those two heroes on other villains and other heroes. As long as I have some video of people fighting, I can easily produce what information is needed to take them down most of the time. Izuku stated while revealing some details of his overall plan, but not everything. Izuku was too smart for that, and Jiren just smirked even more. He was interested in the kid before him. 10 As they were talking, a new broadcast came on the TV that showed the results of Izuku's plans. It showed that the two heroes that got killed by the gangs were slaughtered in a brutal manner. The gangs really overdid it, but oh well, since that works in my favor. Izuku thought. The reason for that is beforehand it would look a bit too clean for two gangs to pull off, but a more brutal killing would seem like they put a lot of work and resources into doing it instead of figuring out how the heroes operate and then killing them. Though the irony was that people did get scared of two heroes dying, but the way the media talked about it made it get downplayed, since they talked about how the killings took a sheer amount of effort to be accomplished, which made people calm down. That is because if it took two whole gangs to take down two individual heroes, then the heroes must be overall more powerful due to the number difference that the gangs had to employ. Right? Yay. Wrong. Anyway, back to the negotiations. Grian and Izuku were working on some agreements, and soon they had an overall business deal set up. Jiren would locate and furnish everything Izuku needed for his lab, new home, and everything else, and Izuku would provide a certain amount of analysis at Jiren's request that could be called in whenever he wanted. Otherwise, Jiren would put Izuku's services out, and individual villains and criminals could request the service since they would deem it trustworthy, since it was Jiren offering it out for a client. Jiren also provided the other money that Izuku was owed, and it was going to be enough for him to survive for about 3 months, which was fine for Izuku since he had plans to make the money grow. 12 Jiren added his contact information to Izuku's phone, and soon they separated. Jiren would get to work on Izuku's requests while Izuku would work on the first handful of notes that Jiren wanted to be completed. They were all relevantly middle-ranked heroes throughout all of Japan. Jiren said that these heroes were being annoying for some of his top clients, so he could use this information to help them out while setting up potential clients for Izuku in the future if they liked what they got. Izuku soon left and headed to a new hotel since he didn't want to get complacent in one location. He then got to work on the information that Jiren wanted while he opened a bank account as well through a more shady bank that would not ask too many questions. Once the money was in his account, Izuku got to work and he divided the money into different things. Some money went into an emergency fund that he set up under a whole new name at a different bank, and then some money went into an investment account where Izuku invested the money into some stocks. Now you might be wondering, why would he invest the money since it would take time for it to grow? Well, Izuku is smart enough to hack said companies and leak sensitive and compromising information on their CEOs or things they did. This would cause the price of the said stock to drop, which would result in Izuku earning money due to him shorting the stock. It's called short selling and is done by an investor borrows a stock, sells the stock, and then buys the stock back to return it to the lender. Short sellers are betting that the stock they sell will drop in price. 33 Izuku was careful though to not invest a larger amount of money into one single company though. Too much and it might cause regulators to look into the sudden purchase that happens before a market drop in the stock. As such, the amount was large but not too large. It would earn him some money over time until he could build up enough to just leave in normal investments to grow for his plans. As such, Izuku knew this short-selling tactic could be only useful for around a year or so before he needed to stop, or else it would cause too much attention for so many companies to keep getting hit like that. Though that didn't stop him from still doing it in foreign markets though, and only stopping in the Japanese market since he was more worried about domestic heroes getting on his trail. 5. That is how Izuku spent about 2 weeks of his time. He was working on the information for Jiren while gathering more money with the money he already had, and he soon grew the 3 months worth of funds into about 1 year worth of funds for him solely to live on. Now if he were to take on more people then it would without a doubt require more money, but right now it was only him. He was also digging into that Dabi individual as well and had found some interesting things. One being he was a Todoroki. Toya Todoroki to be precise. Izuku wasn't 100% solid on proof, but he had enough things that lined up to match between them. 3. Once Izuku had found out that it was likely Toya Todoroki under all that scaring, Izuku dug into the Todoroki family very carefully not to alert Endeavor, and soon he found quite a lot of disgusting things. One being the mother is in a mental hospital, 2. She was likely purchased via an illegal quirk marriage, and 3. Endeavor was abusive. Just another fraud at the top like All Might, Izuku thought. Izuku decided to have Jiren look for this so-called Dabi since Izuku was interested in pulling him to his side. A person hurt by a top hero would make a powerful ally, and when it came time to tear the hero world down, Dabi's story, if Izuku was right, would be devastating. 4. However, it was now time for Izuku to focus on other matters. One such matter was getting his body physically fit and start his training in other matters like swords or guns. Izuku knew he would need someone to train him in those fields, but the physical portion he would be able to do himself. He would need to focus on speed over strength, but he still needed to be able to pack a punch. As such, he did some research and found a beach that wasn't too far away that was covered in the trash due to illegal dumping. Izuku decided he would do workouts there and use it to get physical fitness while also scavenging parts to use for his inventions that he was planning to build. Why use a quirk when you can just build something better than most quirks? As such, Izuku got to work after the second week of doing research and investing. He still did all of this, but the physical conditioning took priority, since if he ever needed to do something himself he needed to be able to ensure it got carried out. Third POV. Izuku Midoriya was unknown to many since the world didn't care about him due to being quirkless. That would always be a mistake that no one would ever forget. However, before we ever get to that point we need to look at his current progress. Izuku Midoriya had been given his new accommodations by Jiren after about 2 weeks. The lab itself wasn't fully set up, but the home section was completed. To be honest, Izuku was a bit surprised at the base itself. It looked like a normal house on the outside, but as Jiren took Izuku inside and showed him a hidden area, it led to an underground bunker section which also had another section connected to Tat which led to a lab area. 4:18. The lab area had an external exit that was connected to an empty warehouse that was a block or so away so that the equipment could be taken into the lab. Overall, Izuku was happy with the current setup, but it was nothing on his future plans. He had planned for a very deep underground base that would serve as his secret lair that not many people would know the exact location about. Izuku got everything that he needed at that current time set up and relaxed a bit. As he was sitting there he was thinking about his recent invention that he made from a lot of scrap metal from the beach. Now you might be wondering what the invention was. Well, it was an exoskeleton of some sorts. This provided him the ability to move faster, lift more, strike harder. Now Izuku did not use this during his cleaning of the beach. The reason for this is because it would cut down on the amount of progress his body would get. He knew it would take longer, but he needed his body to be better. He did use it to get the material back to the base though, since he didn't care about that, and it gave a tiny bit of workout even using the suit. 11. As such, several months passed, and he's been gone 3 months now. Izuku had his entire lab done now as well, and he would spend time doing experiments that he wanted to look into. One was with artificial intelligence and another was on reworking some of the human body genes. The second experiment had Dabi in mind when he was doing them. Izuku wanted to be able to undo some of the damage that his quirk caused and make his body withstand his quirk better, so Izuku with his fierce intelligence was digging into the science behind altering the human genome. It was a hard path and it likely wouldn't go anywhere, but it did have some benefits since he ended up developing some side project on month 4. This side project was an ultra cooling system that would help keep Dabi's body cooled down. The reason Izuku was spending so much time doing stuff for someone he hasn't even met yet was that it would be a peace offering, a sign of good faith of what Izuku could accomplish instead of him being just a normal bratty kid. Instead, he would the evil genius. 47. As such, in the middle of the 5th month, Izuku asked Jiren to find Dabi for him. Jiren was confused but went with it since Izuku has been amazing business for Jiren. Izuku was making a large amount of money off his analysis. So far 25 heroes have ended up dead across all of Japan, and as far as Izuku can tell no one has connected their deaths to each other. It would only be a small bump in the death count of heroes on an annual basis since so many of them die each year. UA isn't the only hero school after all. There are hundreds of minor hero schools that pump people out into the hero field each year. As such, a minor increase in the deaths of heroes wouldn't be noticed by many people, and the gangs and villains always killed in different manners, so no one could really connect them. Also, none of the people tied to the analysis on the receiving end have been caught either, so they couldn't talk about it to the police yet, so no one knew that there was a new high roller in the underworld of analysis. After about 2 weeks, Jiren was able to locate Dabi, but he also located someone else with said person. It was some girl named Toga that had a quirk that allowed her to transform into other people after she drinks their blood. She was a bit crazy due to her quirk, but Izuku suspected that was due to being denied blood for so long that her quirk adapted to force her to meet its needs. One thing that he did learn about her is that she was an expert in knives. This interested Izuku and he responded to Jiren that he wants to meet her as well. As such, Izuku headed to a different location with his invention that he made for Dabi and waited for Jiren to arrive with them. He would need to make something for Toga later and he was thinking he could make something that would make her a bit saner. It would likely be artificial blood that would meet his hunger for blood. This would keep her sane and allow her to operate more efficiently until she needed to get blood from her opponents or targets. As he was waiting and writing out ideas and plans for Toga's inventions such as support gear and the blood, he heard the door open and he saw Jiren come in. It was there that he saw the two possible recruits for his Verdant guards. Verdant Emperor, it's been a bit. I hope you've been enjoying the accommodations. I've brought you the two people you asked for, Jiren said as he called Izuku's alias that he came up with. In honesty, Jiren at first thought it was a joke, but the more he dealt with Izuku the more it came to fit him. It scared him a lot but also excited him even more. We are at the turning point in history if this kid can stabilize a solid foundation for himself. Jiren thought. Izuku said he did enjoy settling into his new base and that it was serving his current needs, but he knows he will need to establish a larger base in a more hidden and secure location in the future. Jiren was shocked at that but made a mental note on possible future locations and the likelihood of finding people to build a custom future base for Izuku's needs. The kid was starting to get a bit of slush fund based on the amount of money that Izuku was bringing in. Izuku had already led 25 heroes to their deaths but that had nothing on all the villain analysis he did for other criminals. As such, Jiren knew that Izuku could likely afford more expensive things such as a fully customized base. 3 Gurn would be right in Izuku's wealth. Currently, as it stood, Izuku had over around $1 million USD. His short selling and other investments combined with the increased cash inflow from selling his services have made him quite wealthy, and that money was only growing as Izuku kept short selling in foreign markets, which only increased his funds. He did stop short selling in Japan since he didn't want to attract domestic attention to his activities, since he was purposely causing the company's stocks to fall for a brief period so he could short them. He was really afraid of attracting Nezu's attention anytime soon. Izuku knew his intelligence was higher than Nezu's bit a handful, but Nezu was still a scary opponent to go against until Izuku had enough resources to waste fighting someone like him. Until then, Izuku needed to keep his guard up until that point that he no longer had to play the turtle. 23 As the talking between Jiren and Izuku came to an end, Izuku turned to the newer people and introduced himself. Hello, Toga and Dabi. You can call me Verdant Emperor. I'm assuming Jiren informed you that I am here to recruit you two into my services. Izuku stated. Dabi was on the defense a bit since how Jiren acted respectfully to Izuku. It was as if Jiren saw him as a far superior person and that set Dabi on guard. Toga on the other hand just went on about how cute Izuku looked and wondered how he would look with him wearing blood. Dabi rolled his eyes but they both froze when they heard the Verdant Emperor's words. Toga, I see your quirk truly did make you a bit insane. I'm assuming it changed your neurology. Interesting. I think my plans should scale that back so you obtain a bit more sanity. Izuku stated. Dabi knew that the man in front of him was on thin ice. Toga always hated it when people tried to fix her. Toga gave Izuku a glare and asked if he was trying to fix her, but Izuku's words once again shocked them. Fix you? No, there is nothing to fix. What I'm proposing is to limit your quirk drawback. From what I can gather, the quirk drawback makes you have less sanity since it's trying to force your body to obtain blood to replenish you. Your body needs blood to survive on more than human meals likely. As such, what I would create for you would be synthetic blood, aka fake blood, that would meet the basic needs of your quirk that provides you your sanity back more. This stops you from going out and hunting people down for their blood and allows you to have more clarity in planning. I'm not stopping you from getting real blood but would require you to do it only on missions so people don't track you down via your kills and attacks. Izuku stated, and Toga and Dabi were still in shock. Toga asked if he could really do that. Regardless of how it appeared, she didn't like not being in control all of the time. 2. I can indeed. I don't have it done now, but when I heard about you and your quirk the idea came to me and I'm positive I can have it completed within a month or so. Until then, you would need to survive on taking minimum blood from myself and Dabi if he joins us. Izuku stated, and Toga looked convinced. She then turned to Dabi and spoke. Dabi. We've been working together for a while now and we've become close but…
I hate not being in control of myself but I don't want to leave you. Toga stated. Before Dabi could even consider a yes or no, Izuku spoke up. Dabi, before you make a decision, I think you both should know what I am planning since I require absolute loyalty. I won't stand for betrayal but if someone is wrong I expect you all to talk to me so I can adjust my plans or meet you in a middle point of something since I plan to make you both my Verdant guards. Izuku said and at that moment everyone including Jiren looked at Izuku in curiosity. 4. I plan to overthrow the current system and take control of Japan.
Heroes like Endeavor and All Might hide behind their lawyers and keep themselves protected. Endeavor has hidden many things, hasn't he, Dabi? All Might is no better since he has hidden a lot of secrets that would paint him in a completely different light. He's long forgotten about his roots and is not as bad as Endeavor but still up there on the list. Izuku stated and Dabi tensed. Izuku then handed him a note which he read and his eyes widened. 2. Nice to meet you Toya Todoroki but I can understand why you threw that name away. So Dabi, want to help me overthrow the system that your father benefits greatly from? Stated the note. Dabi's eyes went straight up to Izuku as he pulled a case out that he hid behind a box. Dabi, just like I would give something to help Toga. I already had you in mind before I knew about her. I've already created something for you. This is a support device that will help counter your quirk a bit to provide your body better resistance. It will allow you to use your quirk more and at a hotter temperature. Izuku said as he opened the case exposing a suit. This is more or less a cooling exoskeleton suit. It goes on your body but allows your quirk to flow through the fabric. Izuku said as he looked at Dabi in the eyes. So what do you say, Dabi? Want to help me? Remember though I require absolute loyalty since I will do many heinous actions to achieve a new world. Izuku stated as he held his hand out to Dabi. Dabi thought for a moment before moving forward and shaking Izuku's hand sealing the deal. Toga soon came up and shook his hand as well. It was at that moment that the first 2 Verdant guards came into existence and they pledged undying loyalty to their new emperor as Dabi and Toga both took a knee in front of Izuku and called out his name. All hail the Verdant Emperor! They shouted. Izuku was shocked at what they did but soon smiled. Now none of that my Verdant guards. You will be leading my empire with me and I will rely on you too the most so please don't betray the trust I shall put into you. Izuku said as he turned to Jiren and spoke. Jiren, here's the payment for finding them. Keep an eye out for anyone else you think might serve well for my Verdant guards since I will be increasing my plans at a faster pace since I have Toga and Dabi now. Izuku stated as Jiren nodded his head and left. Izuku then took Dabi and Toga to the home they would be living in from now on. 3rd POV. Izuku and his 2 new companions soon arrived at the base. The 2 of them thought it was just a normal house and they kind of expected more from what Izuku could see on their facial expressions and then they got more when Izuku showed them the underground section. This is more like it. I thought you had a lame base. Toga said while giggling. Izuku rolled his eyes as he showed them around and then showed them the escape path towards a warehouse that the hatch in the lab led to. This has only been used once to get the equipment in. Otherwise, it's not to be used unless the base is compromised since we don't need both of our exits being cut off. Izuku stated and they nodded their heads. Izuku took blood from both Toga and Dabi and they were confused about why they were doing this. It's so I can build better things for each of you. The blood from Toga is more to help me find her quirk out more so I can get the synthesized blood to work better for her quirk needs and then Dabi's blood is to help me build support to work with his body condition and his quirk. I'm hoping to heal some of his scars a bit as well if I can create something for him to heal parts of his body so he isn't at constant risk of infections or serious illness due to the old scars. Izuku stated. They nodded their heads at that and just waited for Izuku to finish. Soon he was done and gave Toga a bag of blood to Toga that was one of his on hand that he kept for medical needs. Don't go raiding my blood bags. They're mine in the event I ever need them for medical experiments. Do remember I am quirkless so I have to rely on many other things and not a quirk. Izuku stated and both Toga and Dabi's eyes widened. Damn, I thought you had IQ quirk, Dabi stated and Izuku just laughed. Nope, my IQ is higher than Principal Nezu's of UA. I'm just hiding my movements so he doesn't find them since we don't have enough preparation to waste in dealing with him currently, but I think we will have enough ready by the start of UA's next school year. That is also when I plan to start a lot more activities and solidifying power in the underworld. We just got to be careful of the current underworld king All for One," Izuku stated. They were both confused on who All for One was. 8. I have no intention of hiding much from either of you, so ready for a history lesson? Izuku asked, and they nodded their heads. Izuku then explained everything about the old king that currently rules the underworld. Izuku also had no intentions of hiding All Might's secrets either, since All Might would become one of Izuku's targets in the future. Though, would Izuku kill All Might would be the question. Regardless of Izuku's current anger for All Might, Izuku didn't know if he could kill him. Destroy his legacy? Yes. Kill him? Not likely. He would just take All Might off the chessboard and aim to take his successor off the board as well. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to kill the successor, but depending on who there, he might just have to. 5 Soon a week had passed and Izuku started to train under Toga with knives. Dabi also helped Izuku learn some combat as well. As such, they spent a lot of time training in the compound or at the garbage beach as Izuku cleaned it. Izuku had also finished the fake blood about halfway into the month, and Toga had started to drink them. At first, she hated them since they tasted bitter unlike real blood, but Izuku adjusted them by adding some flavoring into them like peach flavoring, which resulted in Toga loving them since the flavoring overpowered the bitterness. As such, Izuku created about half a year's worth of fake blood for Toga, which helped her regain a lot more sanity, which made her far deadlier as a Verdant guard. Her quirk drove her to make people bleed so she could get blood out of them, but now, she was focused more on the lethal blows or blows that would render people unable to fight. As such, she was far more effective and they were amazed. Toga herself was amazed at her sudden increase in abilities but didn't complain. If anything, it made her loyalty to Izuku even deeper. Both of them had also learned Izuku's real name and his past. They were not happy one bit, and Dabi soon turned into an older brother figure to Izuku. 76 Izuku's situation reminded him of his life under the hands of his father. Izuku was always beaten and neglected for something he couldn't control, and no one did anything. Dabi didn't hold hatred for Inko Midoriya since Izuku said he hid most of it from her, and she did try as best as she could since no one would help her due to him being quirkless. I left her a note. It had a double meaning. It was either read as a suicide note or a note telling my fall from grace into what I'm now doing. Most as shown by the news took it as a suicide note due to me being quirkless, but I'm betting my mother knew the hidden meaning. She wasn't an idiot. I just hope she moves on from me so she isn't guilt-ridden with everything I will do in this world, since taking control of Japan will not be bloodless, nor will innocents go uninjured. Innocent people are always hurt in government overthrowing. Nothing can stop that, Izuku stated. Dabi and Toga just hugged him and said it would be okay. That they would follow him to the ends of the earth. As the months were going by, Izuku soon finished cleaning the beach 2 months before the UA entrance exam. Izuku looked over the beach and smirked at the work he completed, and he was happy. Now with the exoskeleton on him, he could easily fight someone with a quirk on more or less even terms. He's able to overpower Dabi and Toga combined with the exoskeleton on him, and he's able to hold his ground against one of them even without it. Dabi's quirk does prove problems with overheating his creation, which he started to work on countermeasures to ensure it didn't overheat against fire quirk users. He also decided to make it resistant against people with electric quirks that might want to try and short-circuit it. 12 Izuku was deciding on what he would do next in his plans. He decided that he wanted some information on the quirk students of UA that would be entering the first year, but that was risky. If he attended the exams, he would be out in the open. As such, Izuku went with the backhanded route and hacked the middle schools, and got their records for anyone that was applying for the UA Hero course and other courses. Now, that meant a lot of people he would need to go through, but he didn't need to go through them. All he had to do was wait. Wait until they passed the exams and their records would update with the relevant information. Once that happened, he could easily find who got accepted into UA and into which course. This would allow him to dig into their files and any public information about them and put together profiles on the first years. He would also work on profiles for the rest of the Hero Course students in the second and third years as well, so he would have them. Dabi and Toga were shocked at Izuku's abilities to hack. Within a day he had a treasure trove of information on anyone applying for UA, and it took him 2 days to get information on all the current students of UA.
He had to take longer since he avoided hacking into UA itself, since Nezu would likely notice. While Izuku was busy doing all that hacking, Toga and Dabi were training hard.
They knew that they needed to get stronger for their emperor, and they would do so.
Toga was improving her acting and stealth skills since she knew she would be used a lot on spy operations, and Dabi got to work using the new exoskeleton and adjusting to the new capabilities that he could do under it. He was able to produce much hotter fire and was able to last much longer than he could in the past before the suit warned him of overheating.
Izuku had told Dabi that he was working on a medical creation that would help Dabi's body adjust better to his quirk, but Izuku warned that it was going to be roughly a year or so out until he had more funds to dump into the research and creation of it. Dabi was okay with it and would wait, since he could do so much more with his current support gear that Izuku made. In the final 2 months leading up to the UA exams, Izuku was introduced to more potential recruits. One went by the name of Twice, who had mental problems that happen for those with clone quirks. The issue was who was the real individual, since Twice could even copy himself. This created the mental issues of an identity crisis, so Twice never copied himself. The second person that Jiren found was called Mr. Compress.
He had an interesting quirk that had a wide range of applications for them. Mr. Compress's quirk was called Compress. It allowed him to compress anything into a small marble object without damaging it. Though he had to touch the object for it to be compressed, so it was only good for a short range of grabbing things, but he could throw the marbles and undo them. This meant if he had a large boulder, it would be a flying projectile that could do some damage.
31 Twice's quirk also had its applications as well.
He could copy the team and they would have more forces.
The only downside was that after so much damage they would break apart, but they were still so useful.
Izuku also wondered if Twice could duplicate items as well, since if he could, then they would have a large number of supplies that could be consumed before they broke down, since they required damage to be inflicted before they broke apart. Consuming them might not meet that requirement either. Anyway, all of the Verdant members gathered up and went to meet Jiren with the new recruits that Jiren had brought. 2. After waiting about 10 minutes in the warehouse, Jiren arrived and introduced Izuku to the 2 new people. Izuku smirked when he saw them and did his introduction.
Twice was an interesting person, and Izuku wondered if he could help him overcome that mental issue with his quirk one day.
Mr. Compress was also related to the Grand Thief of the past.
The Peerless Thief was a nationwide wanted thief and was put alongside the likes of All for One and Destro of the past. Izuku was truly interested in having Mr. Compress with them. After some talking, they soon reached an agreement, and the 2 new members swore their loyalties to Izuku.
To the Verdant Emperor. With that, Izuku started his plans of solidifying the local gangs in his area and setting up his generals in charge of units of criminals and villains.
He knew there would be some trouble between the gangs that would be solidified, but he would put his foot down and inspire them to be loyal or to get lost, for he was the Verdant Emperor and he had no need for unloyal men. This was the moment when Izuku started to solidify his foundations and was grasping true power in the underworld.
3rd POV. As Izuku and his now completed Verdant guards were completed with its 2 new additions, it was now time for the entrance exam of UA.
Izuku was truly interested in seeing who would pass into the hero course, but he knew
people like Bakugo would make it into the course. Izuku though focused on other things as the exam was going on.
He was currently working on Twice's mental issues, and they were making progress on him making clones of himself, but it would be some time before it happened.
In other news, Izuku increased his funds by a large amount. He was able to take control of several of the gangs and had a nice cash flow coming in from them and their illegal activities. Izuku restricted the sale of drugs like Trigger since he hates that drug. Izuku also didn't allow things like the sale of humans either. Otherwise, most other crimes were free game. They just had to be mindful of not tipping heroes and police off.
As such, Izuku ordered them all into seclusion and to start training. Izuku created profiles for them all and gave them things to work on. Other gangs were confused when one of the main gangs in the area just went dark on them, but they soon found out what happened as they themselves were approached with an offer to join the Verdant organization. Some thought it was a joke and declined the offer and told Izuku's representatives to shove it, while a few considered it and joined since one of the main gangs had joined it. They knew that an entire gang that had that much power wouldn't go dark so easily. Then they all saw the repercussions of defying the emperor. Izuku sent his guards in and they laid waste to the gangs that insulted Izuku's offer. It was one thing to reject Izuku, but to insult him in the rejection was going too far. As such, those that declined were spared, but those that rejected and insulted were gone and removed from the earth. 7. The ones that rejected beforehand attempted to change their decision, but Izuku rejected them and countered their offer. They were to disband and join the organization as individuals instead of a large group. Joining as a large group gave the others a bit more responsibilities as they were in charge of different things and co-mingled with the other groups. Joining as an individual that had rejected at the first attempt resulted in them joining as lower-ranked individuals who had to work their way up into the different departments, groups that were set up. For example, one group was administrative duties, another was in charge of some of the criminal enterprises, another was in charge of recruitment, and so forth. As it stood, by the start of the UA entrance exam, the Verdant Emperor had gained over 2,000 members due to all the local gangs that joined him. Izuku did have them keep up appearances on the outside but forbid an actual conflict. They were told to start petty arguments as they would have had before, so the police and heroes didn't get clued in on all the groups joining forces, since it would result in a task force going after them. 23. Now Izuku had a good amount of men. He was having them all trained to the best of their abilities and finding any ways to improve their quirks. He also again gave them profiles of his suggestions and their weaknesses as well, which only helped them grow in strength. While all of this was going on, Izuku was using the increased cash flow from the organization and expanding their wealth through short selling in foreign markets, but also investing in domestic businesses. There was one rule that Izuku had in regards to getting the money to grow. Never have one source of money. Izuku knew he had all the dirty money from the businesses, but he also wanted clean money that wasn't directly tied to their organization. He wanted the organization to be able to act in the open with some of its members, so Izuku was investing in some business and slowly taking them over piece by piece. This way he could provide clean jobs to some of their non-criminal members that didn't have huge records. Things like simple crimes that police and heroes wouldn't look deeply into, unlike if someone had a murder conviction or drug distribution charges on their name. 11. This would allow the members in the public eye to provide the group information and to do jobs for them, like acquiring normal resources and products for them which could be taken to drop-off locations. Now as Izuku and his generals were setting all of this up, there was the UA entrance exam going on. You could find a skinny All Might sitting in the control room watching the exam, but his mind was somewhere else. It was on a green-haired boy that he failed so badly. The young boy was declared dead only a month after searching, and that made All Might bristle, since missing children's cases on average go from 6 months to a year before they are closed, even if they had no leads. Did I really forget where I came from so badly? If I had done even a bit to help the Quirkless, the person who I used to be, then maybe his decision would have been a bit different from suicide. I'm so sorry, young Midoriya, All Might thought. All Might had come to UA to find a successor, but now it seemed so bland. He lost what could have been the best protege he could have asked for, so he decided to give in and talk to the boy that Sir Night Eyes suggested. The boy was a third year here at UA and went by the hero name of Lemillion. In All Might's honest opinion, when he met the boy, he was more of a knockoff of himself, and that just made All Might feel disappointed. One for All isn't meant to be transferred to a replica of the past user, but instead to someone that could have been better. However, All Might knew he was out of time, so he ended up transferring the quirk to Lemillion a few days before the entrance exam. Nezu has been trying to figure out why All Might wasn't as grand as he normally is. Those that were close could easily tell the light in his eyes dimmed a bit. As such, as soon as the test came to an end, he had a private meeting with All Might. So, want to tell me what's eating you? Your smile isn't as bright anymore. Nezu asked as he poured them both tea. Multiple things. A large regret on my part. I played the hand in driving a young boy to suicide. I was his last hope and I ruthlessly crushed it, and now he's gone and no one is searching for his body anymore since he was quirkless. They only look for 1 month before closing the case. However, it's clear that he did take his own life, since there was a note in with his past. There isn't really anything else for him to have done. He was abused and neglected in his school, Aldria Middle School, and I was his last hope in the world, and I didn't think twice on my words. I ruthlessly crushed him.
All Might said as he yelled the last part with anger directed at himself. Nezu was shocked and asked for more details.
1. The boy's name was Izuki Midoriya. Father left due to him being quirkless at the age of 4. Mother was a single parent but isolated due to her son, which only added more pain to the son since he blamed himself for that. From the age of 4 to 14 he was bullied, abused, and neglected by those responsible for caring for him at school. Students would use him as a quirk training doll for the most part, and from what I've been told by Detective Now is that young Midoriya was suicide baited right before he met me. I saved him from a villain attack and we ended up on a roof since he clung to me. He wanted to ask a question but I tried to go away from him due to my time limit. He ended up seeing my form, which I think made me more upset, which resulted in my lack of caring worlds. He asked me if a quirkless person could ever be a hero and I told him no. I told him that it would be impossible and that he should consider being a copy or an EMT instead. I said it so casually. I then turned my back on him as I said it and walked out the door on the roof. I would later see him again when he ran in to save a young boy caught by the same villain since I had dropped it. Young Midoriya bought the kid enough time to breathe and allowed me to get in and save them. The boy inspired me to move and act when I was out of time. I then found him walking away in a side street going home, I'm assuming. I stopped him and corrected my statement and told him he could be a hero. Know what I did? All Might asked and Nezu had an idea but kept silent. 2. I offered him my quirk. I made it all about him needing the quirk to be a hero, which only destroyed him more. I remember his words when he looked at me. His eyes were devoid of the light he held before I spoke my words on the roof. They were so dead and devoid of life, but his words. He said, as I thought, this world only cares about quirks. I was hoping when you came here and said you were wrong that you changed, but you've just proved it. You are nothing more than a quirkist bastard in my eyes. Take your quirk and shove it. I don't need your pity, All Might, you've already broken me. Goodbye, All Might, he said as he then walked by me, and that was the last I saw of him. I soon saw his picture as missing and learned that he left a suicide note to his mother telling her he couldn't take it anymore. He wanted her to move on and forget that he existed so she could be happy. All Might stated with some tears going down his face in regret. 3. Nezu could only be silent. He was angry and sad. Humans can be so cruel to your own species, Nezu thought. The story of the boy was similar to Nezu's past in being touted, so Nezu had some emotions in regards to the boy, but he was more upset and disappointed in what All Might did. He could have said it so much better. Indeed, it was near impossible for quirkless people to be heroes, but wasn't 100% impossible since there were a lot of heroes with non-combative quirks, which meant they fought quirkless. 27. Now, I regret it a lot. I regret his death.
The fact that no one searched more for him just because of his quirk statues.
The fact that I forgot where my roots came from. The fact that I lost what could have been the best successor for One for All.
Because let's be honest. Lemillion is good, but he's more or less a replica of me that Sir Knight I found, and I don't like that, but I don't have time to wait anymore, so I just settled.
I don't feel the attachment to Lemillion as I did to young Midoriya. I don't feel that desire that I wanted him to be my protege like I did young Midoriya, and I had told Lemillion that in honesty since he should know how I truly feel. He was shocked at my words but accepted them and said we don't know what we truly lost until we do. All Might stated as he sipped some of the tea. Nezu nodded his head and asked how he was going to interact with Lemillion, and All Might said he would do what he can, but Sir Night Eye seems to have it handled. Which is another thing why he didn't want to take Lemillion as the 9th. It just felt like Lemillion already had a mentor, which All Might was meant to be, so he didn't really have a role.
Nezu understood that logic and accepted it. Lemillion also knew from the conversation that they had before the exams that it was how All Might felt. Sir Night Eye was confused but accepted it. Gran Torino was disappointed that All Might settled when he learned about it and had kicked All Might's ass in regards to Izuku Midoriya. However, they couldn't change the past and could only push forward. Though, only if they knew that the past would catch up to them far quicker than any of them thought.
3rd Pav. Izuku Midoriya was happy with the growth of his foundation.
As the time passed between the UA exam and the first day of school, Izuku's organization had grown from a few thousand men to 30,000 individuals total. Now you might be wondering how Izuku did this. Well, it was quite simple. he capitalized on all of the gangs that were in his surrounding cities and soon got them all to rally under his banner.
After that, he sent the recruitment team to gangs in the surrounding areas to start recruiting people. There were also other villains that would join the organization as well.
However, Izuku had rules. There was no random killing of people, there were no crimes against children, no selling of humans, no petty crimes allowed either. The reason that Izuku put this into place was due to the fact that he was aiming to have a reputable organization that wasn't filled with just normal criminals and villains. No, he wanted an organization that the general public would respect compared to the heroes-like endeavor. As such, he limited the number of crimes that people were committing if they were even allowed to commit crimes, to begin with, since he required all crimes to be pre-planned and approved by the crime department. 28. People were concerned about feeding themselves and being forced out of their homes. However, Izuku took care of this since he had Jiren purchase a wide range of bases that could fit all of his men throughout the areas that he controlled.
As such, Izuku ended up dumping a large amount of money, but it wasn't an issue for Izuku since he was now a multi-millionaire with his current net worth sitting at around $600 million. Due to all of the cash inflow he had from the gangs and the cash they had, he was able to increase the amount of money he had by investments and short-selling foreign companies. He would take a longer time to short-sell some companies now since he was dealing with larger numbers. He would invest a large sum and wait a month or so before leaking some news about the company to cause its stocks to fall to grant him a large profit. The former gang leaders were impressed in his ability to fund the organization with how large it grew, and soon Izuku had taken over several big corporations with all of his new wealth, which only made the cash inflows increase. As such, Izuku was able to employ a large number of organization members in different companies if they didn't have any real crimes listed in their names, so people wouldn't get suspicious of the new hires. Those that did have crimes were employed to the underground work, which included illegal support gear, analysis service from Izuku, lab research for the members that were smart enough for it, and generally anything else that was illegal but wasn't directly hurting someone, since Izuku wanted to limit those type of crimes. 28. However, Izuku did a search through the members of his gang and found quite a few interesting quirks. Quite a few quirks that would be perfect construction. As such, Izuku called forth his guards and the lieutenants of his organization and set forth the plans for the new main base. Izuku explained that they would be building it themselves since they had a lot of members with quirks perfect for it and members that also had the experience to build as well. Everyone knew that Izuku was always planning to move to a new base and wondered where it would be located at. Izuku said it was going to be located in the mountain hills located outside of Musutafu, Japan. Everyone thought Izuku was crazy. This was more or less right in the backyard of Ua High School, and they asked what he was thinking. If you were looking for something, you would look everywhere but the place you would think last. You would not look in your own backyard when you are trying to find something that you think is everywhere else but in your own land that you consider safe. It would also be a great hit to the hero's reputation if it was ever discovered anyway. A major villain base located that close to the top hero school and not being found would be a stain on them. Now, we're going to build multiple locations that we can fall back to if this main base is ever compromised and have them all stocked beforehand. If the base is ever found, we just need to ensure all of the labs are wiped out and the research transfer and anything that could lead to the other bases destroyed. Also, people need to be careful of coming to the base, so we need to create multiple entrances so we don't always entrance the same area. Izuku stated as he laid out the plans and showed a layout of the future base, and everyone was interested in what they saw. 40. Overall, everything is underground. Even the top section was underground in a sense since it had grass and mounds cover it. The area that led outside had covering on them as well that made the outsides blend in with the ground as well, so no one noticed it. Even if you were standing right outside of the area, you would not know that it was a hidden base and would only think it was a hill. Izuku wanted the plans he set out made in multiple sections in one location but all connected so they could fit a large number of people. As it stood, each silo section could house 500 people, and Izuku wanted a minimum of 4 built for each base location. Each section would have some difference in them, as one would be more living and food while another would have living, but the bottom sections would be all labs, and so forth for each silo. Izuku wanted these bases to be completed before they did any attacks on the country and would prefer to have at least 2 backup locations made as well. The leaders of the organization agreed with their emperor's orders and soon set off to collect all the individuals that would be required for these projects. The guards stayed in the room and continued talking to Izuku. You really have surprised me, Izuku. At first I was skeptical when I joined you, but you kept showing a surprise after a surprise. God. I think you solved a lot more crime than heroes do by taking control of them all. Mr. Compress said with a wave of his hand as he made a flower appeared for Toga. Izuku rolled his eyes at him since he's always the performer of the group. Then as they were talking, someone walked in and informed them that Jiren was present and requested a meeting. 7. Izuku said to bring him to the meeting room they were currently in, and Izuku had the Verdant guards stay with him for this meeting. Jiren walked in and looked Izuku over. I'm impressed with your expansions. You've obtained quite a large army of individuals, Verdant Emperor. Jiren said with a bow. Izuku has kept growing to be a fearsome individual since the first day that Jiren met him, and the eyes of Izuku always made him shiver. His eyes always remind me of All for One's. He's just as scary as that man is, and the rate he is growing, Shigaraki won't ever obtain the throne after All for One leaves the show. Jiren thought. Izuku asked what business brought Jiren to them, and Jiren started to talk. I'm here on a formality. I know you will reject this offer since you are in direct competition with this organization. A new organization called the League of Villains is planning an attack on Ua soon and are gathering men for the attack. Their goal is to kill All Might, though I don't know the exact date of the attack. Remember, this organization is controlled by the current king who you are operating against since you are aiming for his throne in a sense. Jiren stated. Izuku and his guards were thinking. Izuku then spoke and started to ask questions. 11. Jiren. I know you are loyal to money and not really loyal to any one organization. If both of our organizations come to blow, who will you side with, since it will be hard for you to stay neutral with how deadly the two sides would get? He is a 200-year-old man after all. Izuku asked, and Jiren froze. He didn't know. I never reveal direct information about people, so even if I did side with someone I wouldn't give information out. Though, the old king is getting old and his protege isn't really great compared to you. Take that as you wish. Jiren stated. Izuku nodded his head. Jiren didn't commit to either side, and as long as Izuku was a force to be reckoned with, Jiren would always stay neutral for the most part. Izuku then asked if he could be informed when LOV had a date and time set for their attack. Would you be willing to sell us information on when the attack is going to happen and where? Since that isn't directly related to the information of the organization itself, and we could really purchase it off the random criminals they're hiring if we get lucky enough. Izuku stated, and the guards were confused about why they needed that information. Jiren considered it and said he would sell the information when it was available to him. Soon Jiren left and Izuku explained why he wanted the information. I'm considering moving up our first appearance, however, it won't be all of us, nor will it be us in truth. I want to ruin the LOV's attack. I do want All Might to fall, but I haven't decided if I want him dead or not. Also, I'm not really too fond of them attacking the school, which would put children in danger. It's one thing to fight them when they have provisional licenses, but it's another thing to attack those without, even if they are being trained to be heroes. Izuku said, and the guards could agree with that thinking. Izuku then kept talking. I am thinking of having twice clone Dabi and Mr. Compress. We would also have spare clones made and put into marbles so they could be released to confuse people in case one gets destroyed. Izuku stated, and Dabi and Mr. Compress asked what their objectives would be. 4. Until we know in full of what they will be doing, as it stands it's to prevent All Might's death and his form from being revealed, but utmost the protection of the UA students. Also, try to capture whatever weapon they're using against All Might, since random criminals won't hold a candle against that man even if he is weakened. As such, either All for One will be there in person or they will have some weapon to do the job. If All for One is there, you might want to just destroy yourself so he can't get any information out of you on our operations. Do you understand? Izuku asked the guards, and they nodded. Toga asked if she had anything to do, and Izuku considered it. Yes, I want you to go undercover and get the information. I want to see what information the police has on us in general currently and see if they noticed anything about our operations. You may capture any police on this list. They're all corrupt ones that have been taking bribes from other villains or dirty heroes. They have covered up heinous crimes that villains and heroes have committed, such as children trafficking or murders done by heroes. Izuku stated, and Toga nodded her head and would work with her unit that she's been putting together. She calls it the spy network since all of them have quirks that are great for spying and information gathering. One quirk, for example, allows the user to send little bugs that connect back to the user and sends them anything the bug hears or sees. Think of the analogy of being the fly on the wall. Soon all of the Verdant guards got to work on their assigned missions, and those that would be dealing with the USJ situation were training and practicing. They also had information on the current layout of the USJ and were thinking of a plan, since they did learn from the current information that the LOV has a warp user. Izuku warned Dabi and Mr. Compress that the League might try to separate the students, so they should send a pair of clones into each zone to help protect the students, though they should try to avoid letting the clones get destroyed, since Izuku didn't want the heroes knowing how much damage it took to destroy them or the fact that they could be destroyed easily. Third POV. One Izuku Midoriya was sitting in his office looking over reports from all the departments. He was also looking over the reports on the completion rate of the first silo of their new base. It was 25% built already, and it had only been 2 weeks, and it was the middle of the second week into UA's semester. God, I am glad I looked through everyone's quirks. They had someone who could move the earth, another that had a quirk that was perfect for wiring of the base, another that could control metal, and a few other quirks that were good for construction, so they really only had to pour in the building material and make sure everything was built as they needed it. At the rate they were going, they would have the first silo completed at the end of the month, and the start of the second one would start right after that. Izuku was happy with the progress and couldn't wait for it to be completed in full for them to move to. He didn't want to move until it was fully done and work on the other backup locations started. 10 However, in other news, Izuku had received word of when the attack on the USJ would happen. Jiren sold Izuku the information, and it would be happening the next day. It appears that the LOV had broken directly into UA and had used the media as cover to hide their actions, since the school believed it was the media that had tripped the alarm until it was too late to realize it was done by a villain. As such, Shigaraki, the villain who was the so-called leader of the organization, had gotten the schedule with All Might's trip to the USJ on it. It also contained the class roster of those in Class 1A and 2B for their individual days at the USJ. Izuku had bought a copy of it off from Jiren, who had managed to snatch a copy himself. Izuku already knew who was in the first-year hero course, but not the individual classes themselves. I am not surprised that Bakugo got placed in the 1A class. Izuku thought as he looked over the class rosters. Izuku had the spy network member with the insect information gathering quirk come to the office before the attack, and she planted a large number of insects into a small tube for Mr. Compress's clone to take to the USJ. Then they had another member who could project memories come to the office. They were going to watch the USJ live. The bugs would feed the information back to the user, who could be cross half of Japan and still receive the information. Then the other quirk user would project the events for them all to watch and analyze. 4 Izuku wanted real-time information of the events going on so he could analysis it and not be behind the heroes in regards to the events in the event that they covered anything up. Soon everyone, all of the guards and Izuku, was sitting in the meeting room watching. The lieutenants were not invited since Izuku didn't want the information to spread around just yet. The bug user and the memory projection user were sworn to silence in regards to any information they gathered in this meeting, and they agreed. Everyone respected Izuku since he provided them all jobs and living. He also treated them all fairly and only was ruthless to those that betrayed the organization or those that threatened the order of the group. People have made massive screws but weren't harmed. They got punished, but it was more of manual labor until they earned his forgiveness, which people were happy about. At worst, someone got demoted down a few ranks and would have to earn their way back up, which meant they lost some income and privileges of being at a higher rank in the organization. 11 The last person that tried to betray the group. His fate wasn't a good one, and they all learned that you could pretty much do anything and be forgiven except betray the organization. Death awaited those that did that or worse. Even if you got arrested by the police, as long as you didn't provide any information to the police, then you would get freed via bail or broken out, and their leaders wouldn't be angry with them. This caused everyone to become more fiercely loyal to them over time, since everyone was treated fairly. Though that wasn't important right now, as the Battle of the USJ had started. The clones were already waiting and hiding in the area of the facility, but the bugs were already inside since they were ordered to sneak in. The intruder sensors wouldn't trip if it was just insects entering, even if it was done via a quirk. As such, the moment the Hero 13 finished talking, the lights flickered and the Verdant organization knew that the LOV arrived. It was at that moment they saw the warp user appear with an army of villains. As they were watching, they noticed some creature come into the facility with the army of villains. That has to be the weapon to fight All Might. It looks like a science experiment. I'm interested if I can learn anything from it, Izuku stated as they saw the large creature enter. The main leader, identified as Shigaraki, was scratching his neck and complaining about All Might not being there, and that didn't go well for the Verdant team watching. He's unstable mentally. He's going to order the creature or the villains to kill the students, Izuku stated, and then they all saw Eraserhead jump down to fight as the students attempted to leave.
As Izuku hoped they got out even though he hated Bakugo, the warp villain stopped them. Damn it. Bakugo is always screwing things up, isn't he? Izuku stated as he saw Bakugo and a boy he knew as Krishimiya jump and attack the villain, which stopped 13 from attacking. Then the villain teleported nearly everyone on the hero's side away. That made the clones move into gear since they had one clone outside with a burner phone.
One now, they wouldn't be a part of the Emperor Guards if they didn't have standard uniforms. Each person could customize their outfit a bit to meet their individual needs, but most of them plus the female version looked similar to this for the Verdant Guards. Each person also wore a mask to hide their face since Izuku didn't want their identities being found out anytime soon. 6:15 The clones came busting into the front door as Dabi had melted the door, allowing Ida to escape even though he was confused about who they were. Kurogiri was startled at the new arrivals, but Mr. Compress ignored him and ran into the small hidden area and released the clones, who dashed off to the other sections quickly and got to work. The main Mr. Compress clone back to Dabi's main clone and helped force Kurogiri away, but when he arrived Dabi had already done that and told the students to help their teachers. They asked who they were but were ignored. Soon, Dabi and Mr. Compress arrived down the steps and into the main fighting to support Eraserhead, who was confused as hell to see two people in matching outfits a bit helping him out. Don't mind us, we were sent to ruin their plans and ensure no causalities on the hero side if we can help it. We also have men scattered in the other zones that should be helping your students out, Dabi stated. Eraserhead just accepted it for now, since if it meant his students walking away alive then he would accept it for now. 12 As the fighting was going on, Shigaraki hated that a third party was interfering in his plans to kill the symbol of peace.
As he was complaining, he was watching Eraserhead and noticed a tell for his quirk.
He then ordered the Nomu to attack the hero as he just kept watching the tail. Izuku was sitting back in the office watching and didn't like what he noticed. Shigaraki has a horrible man-child mentality. However, under that, he is very smart since he just figured out Eraserhead's weakness in his quirk. His tail on when he is and isn't using his quirk. That is bad, Izuku stated as they watched the Nomu bulldoze Eraserhead and knocked him into the ground, causing him to scream in pain. This caused Dabi to burn the Nomu and force it back off as Compress pulled the hero back. As they were watching, they noticed the Nomu had a regeneration quirk but also others. It has multiple quirks. Likely the byproduct of forcing multiple quirks into a human body. I wonder if there is a way to undo it or stabilize it so this doesn't happen, Izuku muttered out, and his guards just rolled their eyes at his habits. 16 Soon, Dabi burnt most of the Nomu away and the fire was hot enough to destroy the cells, so it didn't regrow, so half of the body was gone. Mr. Compress grabbed it into a marble since it could still be researched into. It was at that moment that Mr. Compress and Dabi were standing in front of Eraserhead in a defensive position, and all the clones had brought back the students and gathered them behind Eraserhead. Bakugo looked like he wanted to attack the clones, and based on the video from his zone, he held himself back even though he got help. That surprised Izuku, but oh well. That doesn't make the anger go away that Izuku has for a decade worth of abuse at Bakugo's hands, nor the suicide baiting. As the students looked at their teacher and those that saw the fight, they were all shocked and wondered who these men were. Then, it happened. The door, or what remained of the door, busted open and All Might and the teachers were standing there. All Might was furious as he looked down but was confused when he saw a number of people wearing similar outfits creating a defensive wall between their students and what he assumed were the villains. Nezu came walking up and called out for the villains to surrender as they all looked scared to see All Might and the other heroes. They no longer had the weapon to kill All Might either. Damn it, damn it, damn it. We could have won if it wasn't for you third-party individuals. Who the hell are you? Shigaraki yelled as the warp user came up next to him prepared to warp at any moment. Even the heroes were confused about who these people were as some of the students told them that they showed up and saved them from the villains and they had defeated some creature that was meant to kill All Might that was devastating their teacher already. 4 Nezu moved down the steps with the heroes as some stayed up with the others. Nezu wanted to get the other students behind them and they needed to be careful since All Might was on a limit, but if he didn't have to fight it would be safe for them. Right as they got between their students and whoever these individuals were in front of them, one of the men laughed. Oh, I'm sorry for laughing. It's just funny you don't know of us, but we knew about you already and who leads you in the background. Tell your master All for one he is not safe, for we are the Verdant and we are never going away, Dabi stated. That name sent fear into those that knew of it, and the villain side was shocked to know that their master was known and that he just got threatened. 6 heroes like All Might and Nezu were scared. They just got the second-hand confirmation for the most part that All for one was alive and was leading a villain organization. However, it seems that some other group that they had no idea about was opposing him. They didn't know if it was a villain group or a vigilante group, but it took balls of steel to threaten that man. The students and everyone else was just confused on who All for one was, but Eraserhead had some idea about the Merchant of Quirks, but he didn't think it was real until now. How dare you? How dare you threaten my master? Also give us our Nomu back. Shigaraki stated in anger. The teachers were confused until Nezu put together that the Nomu must be the weapon. He didn't like the fact that it was in the hands of a third party at all. I'm sorry, but your weapon is dead now. So it's quite useless for you, but I'm sure our leader will be interested in seeing if there is a way to undo the creation of these creations, but I'll leave that to him. Mr. Compress stated. Soon the warp user just pulled them out since All Might looked like he wanted to attack, and right as he did the warp user disappeared. Damn it. All Might stated. The students relaxed, but the teachers were still on guard. 4 Dabi turned around and looked at Eraserhead. You good, Eraserhead? You are one of the few heroes our boss actually likes and thinks of a true hero. Dabi stated as he looked Eraserhead over. The heroes were confused on how they knew who Eraserhead was and the fact that their boss considered Eraserhead a true hero, but nothing was said of All Might. All Might walked over to the clones and asked if they would be willing to hand the so-called Nomu over. Dabi just ignored All Might as he kept talking to Eraserhead, and everyone, even All Might, was shocked. 16 Izuku was back in the office laughing his ass off at All Might's expression. Though he did want the clones to return soon since the police would be arriving. As they were watching, they noticed Nezu walked over and asked some questions. He asked if it was possible to negotiate the transfer of the creature to the hero's side. Izuku was in the room and just sighed. He called the burner phone that the clone outside the building had and told it to send another clone in to allow the transfer. As such, within a minute of Dabi looking at Nezu and about to reject it, another clone of Mr. Compress appeared out of the air. No one noticed the small hole in the glass to the side of the building which allowed the marble to come in. The boss said to allow the transfer. He's sure that it won't be the last Nomu we see, and he wants just one arm of the beast though for him to research and see if he can find a way to undo the creation of them. If you are willing to accept that, Principal Nezu, we are willing to give everything else that remains, since only currently half of it remains anyway after we defeated it. Mr. Compress clone stated, and Nezu agreed easily. The clone carrying the beast unsealed it, and Dabi created some fire and sliced the left arm off since the right side of the body was just gone for the chest and right upper portion. Soon the body part was sealed again and the rest remained on the floor. One of the students commented about killing it, and one Dabi clone looked at them and said, and this wasn't human anymore. It was a mindless drone created to follow orders and wouldn't stop until it killed your teacher. So, your teacher's life or this mindless drone, which would you pick? The Dabi clone asked. The students shut their mouth and stayed silent. The heroes said nothing, since if the clone was right and it was a mindless drone that wouldn't stop, they as well would have killed it. Anyway, time to go before too many police arrive, stated one clone, but All Might went to stop them. Nezu told him to stop as he noticed one individual ready to attack if he tried. They soon walked over and made a hole in the wall and just left. All Might looked at Nezu and asked why he let them go. All Might, they saved out students, even though they are vigilantes most likely, or even other criminals. I'd rather let them walk away to return the favor of them saving our students who need us more.
We also got to arrest all the villains still inside the building before they try to escape, so yes, I'm not going to hunt them down right now, but we now know a lot of key information due to them. All for One is back, and now there is some group directly opposing him, which is helpful for us since we might be able to establish some form of ties with them if the Hero Commission doesn't screw it up.
Nezu stated, and All Might nodded his head and quickly defeated any villains that had awaked before turning. The students themselves had left and All Might felt his limit hitting, so he had Cementos throw a wall up for him to drop his form so the villains didn't see it. However, they were unaware of the bug that was above them watching. Everyone in the office was shocked as they just got visual confirmation of All Might's skinny form. The guards knew about it, but still seeing it was shocking. The two others didn't know about it and were outright shocked. Izuku looked at them and reminded them to keep it a secret, and they were confused why their group didn't use this.
All Might is running out of time. I've also haven't decided if I would kill him or not.
So keeping his form a secret is still important to my plans since I want to gain more power in the underworld, and All Might can still fight All for One for us. So keep silent about what you saw. Understood? Izuku asked, and they nodded their heads since they were still in shock. Soon the clones scrambled across the city and made their ways throughout the place. They did meet up with a Toga clone who took the marble and the clone that made it, and they ran while the others dissolved. Soon they went underground into a network to lose any followers and came out in another area before Toga had the other clone dissolve, and then she transported the arm via a car before she transformed into someone else. After a few more changes and redirections, she arrived back at the base with the Nomu arm. Third POV. 21 Izuku was sitting in his office as he was waiting for the clone of Toga to bring the Nomu arm back. They were also lucky and had a handful of the bugs follow some of the heroes into the school itself by attaching to their outfits without them noticing. I love your quirk. It's so good for information gathering when we can't apply direct means. Izuku stated, and the member thanked the Verdant Emperor for the kind words. All of the events of UA started to calm down a bit. The media was throwing up a storm, but for now, the main event was over and the staff made their way back to UA. Izuku had the bug user send a few bugs to follow All Might. Izuku was hoping to find out who the 9th user of One for All was as soon as possible. It might have been a good idea to take the quirk back then, but then I wouldn't be able to show everyone what a quirkless person could do. Izuku thought. Toga's clone had arrived back at the base and had taken the arm to the lab for the assistants to start preparing it for Izuku. Izuku had found quite a few people that were quite good and smart enough to work in the labs with him and had been able to take some of the research load off of him, so it was quite helpful since it freed his time upon doing everything. 7 As he was thinking, they saw All Might talking to someone in the nurse's office at the school, and it turned out to be what appeared to be a third year. The person looked like a miniature version of All Might. Izuku rolled his eyes at this sight but listened in since the staff meeting wouldn't start for a bit longer as the staff was still dealing with other things and All Might was still getting checked over due to him pushing his limits earlier in the day. All Might, what do you mean All for One is alive? You said he was dead. The miniature version of All Might stated in shock. I mean is that we have several different sources that tell us that he is still alive. We have this Nomu creature with multiple quirks. Then we have this third-party organization that called the League of Villains out and said that the League is controlled by All for One, and then the leaders of the attack more or less confirmed the accusation at the USJ, so I'm saying he is alive and you need to be careful to not let others know you have One for All since he will come for you since you can't control 100% of the quirk currently. All Might stated. This confirmed who the 9th user of All for One was, but they now needed a name for the face, but Izuku could get that through public records and the internet since the individual looked like a third year, which meant they would have a provisional license and would be out in the field. 2 As they were talking more, All Might talked about the third-party group. It might be good to have some working relationship with this third-party group depending on their views. If they are directly opposing All for One, then they should be confident in their skills. So far the only thing we know about them is that their organization seems to be Verdant, and we so far know there are 3 members. One with a fire quirk, one with a marble compressing quirk, and they seem to have a quirk user that can make clones of other people. We're thinking similar to ectoplasm. Far as we know they are a vigilante group that seems to be highly coordinated. All Might stated. The third year nodded his head. Do you think I should ask Sir Night-Eye to look into them? The boy asked, and at that moment Izuku knew who this individual was. Nah, Lamillan. Just focus on what you're already working on and getting control of one for all with your other quirk. I only have around 2 hours left of my time limit as it stands. We need to be prepared for a final battle against All for One. I need to go to the staff meeting so we can keep talking later. Now I'm sure you are meant to be going to your work study, no? All Might stated, and Lamillan looked at the clock before running out and saying his goodbyes. Recovery Girl walked in and shook her head since she was in her little office to the side listening in. 3. You're a bit too distant with the boy, you know? Recovery Girl said, and All Might hanged his head down. You know why? I'm trying to be close to him, but he's more Sir Night Eye's protege than mine. The person I wanted. I screwed up and drove young Midoriya to suicide. The person I would have loved to have as my protege, as the 9th user, is gone due to my words. A boy tore down by society, and I couldn't take a few more seconds in my words.
I could have said words of encouragement in a better manner to push him to do another field like quirk analysis like his mother said he was amazing at.
You don't have to be a pro hero to be a hero, and his skills would have made so much difference in the world.
Sigh, I'm just trying to push forward the best I can, but I always want to turn around and just wish that I could undo that day.
To go after him when he walked past me. Something different so he didn't choose the path that he did.
Quote. All Might stated, and Recovery Girl nodded her head.
Indeed. But you can't, and now you must strive to do better. To make better heroes that will aim to fix these issues that lead the boy to his decision. That's all you can really do now, Recovery Girl stated as they left the room to the meeting. Izuku, on the other hand, was stunned at what All Might stated.
The people in the room looked at him in curiosity. Seems you just earned your ticket to being spared, All Might. However, that does nothing to turn me from my goals. This society needs to restart anew since it refuses to change in 200 years. Izuku said, referring to the fact that the laws haven't changed in regards to discrimination and quirk laws since the dawn of quirks. Soon they saw the video of the staff room as all of the staff and the lie detector detective arrived in the room.
6 overall, they were talking about the attack and how the League of Villains caught them with their pants down.
As they were talking and filling in, the other staff of All for One, present, Mike talked about the possibility of a mole in the school that was feeding information to the League.
That caught Izuku's interest, and he made notes to look into it, since if someone sold themselves out to the villains they would end up on Izuku's target list. Toga, have the spy team see if they can find any information about any possible spies in UA that the League has.
I'm not too fond of them having one in there if they do, and if a student or worse a hero sold themselves to All for One, I want to target them. It would also hurt the League's plans in the long run if they lost their information source. Izuku stated, and Toga nodded her head. Izuku himself would look through the first year's records to see if there was anything that might send a flag off for reason they would turn themselves to evil.
30. The staff kept talking until they got onto the topic of Verdant.
They all asked the detective if the police knew anything about the organization, but the detective shook his head. We know nothing. We never heard of this organization until now, and that is concerning that they kept themselves hidden until now.
It also is concerning that they are directly opposing All for One, which means that they need to have confidence in their force and powers. Stated the detective. It was true, Izuku had great confidence in his men. Could they take All for One out directly? No, not at all.
At least not yet, but they were working on quite a lot of inventions that would give them the chance.
Just Izuku's exoskeleton made him on par with his guards without a quirk. Izuku was also working recreating some quirks like Midnights or Eraserheads. He was doing quite well with it and had even recreated quirk-canceling cuffs which were strictly controlled by the government. Now, Izuku had spent a lot of work into getting those done, and when he figured the chemical makeup and everything for it, he was joyful that day. Having them meant that his group could sell them on the black market where it was hard to come by them. Most on the market were stolen or imported at sky-high prices. Now, Izuku was trying to recreate the formula to be in a liquid form so they could recreate an anti-quirk bullet to make people lose their quirks temporarily, and Izuku was getting mixed results but was making progress. 24. As they sat there listening, Nezu started to talk. I think the group isn't strictly a vigilante group. I think they are our enemies as well. It's a 60% chance that they oppose us as well. Nezu stated, and everyone was confused, and Izuku smirked. Seems Nezu won't be misdirected by our actions in the USJ, Izuku stated as he laughed. The staff asked if they were villains and Nezu was hesitant, which shocked the staff. No. But the Hero Commission will label them as villains regardless. They are more anti-heroes than anything.
I believe the Verdant has a lot of hidden objectives, and one may include the restructuring of our current society.
They most likely believe that the current society has failed and needs to be redone.
They likely oppose All for One since he's the current ruler of the underworld, and whoever is leading it is aiming to take control of the underworld before flipping society on its head. As such, we might find common ground with them, but in the end, they will be our enemies most likely. Nezu stated, and the staff tensed at this. This didn't fare well for them to have to deal with All for One and now likely an almost equally powerful group as him.
19 Izuku and the guards all broke out into laughter at their faces. I wonder what they would think if they knew we were spying on them. Dabi stated, and this caused everyone to laugh even more. Soon they calmed down and they listened in more to the meeting.
The meeting talked more about trying to find information about the organization, and soon Eraserhead, who had recovered due to Recovery Girl, said that he will look into it with his contacts.
Everyone make sure everyone is on guard and to limit talk about the organization to the max.
Eraserhead can't get any clues on us since he is good at his job, and I'd rather not remove him from the board since he's an actual good hero. Izuku said. Everyone knew to send the word out to all of the members once Izuku said that. They all liked Eraserhead as well and didn't want him to be removed out of their way if they could help it, but they would do what they needed to do to ensure their goals would be completed. Third POV. Izuku was sitting in his lab studying the arm of the Nomu and doing other research like the temporary quirk erasing bullets. A knock came on the door to his lab section and he saved where he was at and turned around to see who it was.
It was Twice, who was recently put in charge of overseeing the construction work for the main base and the backup bases. Now, Twice has been improving quite a lot in his mental health at Izuku's guidance. They haven't gotten to the point of Twice making clones of himself yet, but they stop his more split personality responses. They only happened every once in a while, and he was more assertive in his leading now, which he has done amazing in it.
As such, Twice was assigned oversight of the main base projects to ensure they got done at a faster speed with the clones. Hello Twice. Is something the matter? Izuku asked, and Twice put some documents down in front of him. The first main base is done. We finished ahead of schedule since I made quite a few clones of the workers.
I already have a second backup base being worked on already, and they have already broke ground. We anticipate it to be finished in 3 weeks' time. We already have resources being stockpiled into the new main, and it will be ready to be moved into at the end of this week if nothing sets the schedule back.
Twice stated, and Izuku was thrilled. This was going amazing, especially with the fact that they had acquired a new member with a minor teleportation quirk. It allowed him to set up teleportation points like a warp gate, and it required him time to activate it. It wasn't good for quick teleportation, but still, it was good for transporting once the gate was open.
10 Izuku had planned to use their current main base as a meeting ground for anyone else so that the main base wasn't found. He also revised the access to the base and that people needed to go through the teleportation gate to arrive at the base so that no one could be tracked to the main base. They would continue to do this until they lost the teleport user, or as Izuku was currently researching, replicating his quirk, which has seen some progress but was hitting some roadblocks. He's been getting a lot of data of it working, but he ended just more and more data to ensure he was understanding it right.
Even if he replicated it, he would still use it only as a backup between the main bases since he didn't want the technology to fall into the hands of others. A schedule was being set up to show when the warp user would be opening the gate. All resources would be transported to the current base and then teleported over to the new main base even in the future so they couldn't be tracked.
5 Outside of that, Twice also said that the guards wanted a meeting since they had gathered some important information from each department that he needed to review for the plans. Izuku nodded his head and moved towards the meeting room and found his guards there talking. They all stood up and bowed to him once he entered the room. Sit down, Twice said. You all have important information? Izuku asked, and they nodded. They started with Toga, who said they had some information on the mole in Ua. We can confirm that there is indeed a mole inside of Ua. We've narrowed it down and we believe this individual is the mole. We just need confirmation of it and evidence, and we can remove them from the playing field. Toga stated. Izuku looked over the file and asked what their motives were for being the mole for the league. As it stands, it appears that they are doing it for pathetic reasons. The kid is selfish and wants to be the center of attention, which I must admit he is now the center of our attention and will be of others when we leak him as the mole if we can confirm it. Toga stated. Toga said that she had the bug user spying on the kid and will let the others know when they have proof. Izuku nodded his head and they moved to the next person, which was Mr. Compress. 47 Mr. Compress was in charge of the overall crime activities. He talked about a new variant of a trigger being on the streets. However, he said they were being pushed by the Yakuza, which was a dying breed of old crime families. Mr. Compress said that something didn't sit right with the people pushing the drugs and that they should start monitoring the situation since something didn't feel right. Izuku nodded his head and approved of the plan to monitor the sale of the new trigger, and he wanted some to be acquired for him to research into how it's being made so he can understand how it compares to the old ones in the past, since some of the gangs they acquired had some old in storage that Izuku was researching and figuring a way to counter them since he hated trigger. Twice just reviewed everything he had told Izuku already in the lab, and the others nodded their heads and were happy to have the new base. Izuku filled them in on his plans on how people would get to the base instead of traveling to it. The members agreed on it, and it was a solid plan that kept their members even more hidden in the dark. Then it was time for Dabi to speak about his matters. Dabi was in charge of the overall army currently. Twice tended to go between assignments since his quirk was just so damn useful for many things. As such, he was more or less the head of the general internal issues for the organization. 3. Overall, our army has improved by leaps and bounds. Your analysis has improved our quality to a decent level, and any individual member could take any low-level hero on. I've also set up several squads of more advanced troops that could work together and take on anyone in the top 20 heroes. The top 10 is a whole separate issue that most of us guards would have to deal with. This also doesn't include support gear, which we are just now working on and are equipment them as we produce. We have delayed that for the most part until the new base was done, since there is going to be an entire floor dedicated to that. As such, we've slowly produced them for people. Once we get it going, I think a squad of our elites could challenge the lower ranks of the top 10, and multiple squads could take anyone on except All Might. He's always going to be a separate issue. Dabi stated, and everyone was thrilled at the progress of the troops. However, Izuku thought it was time for expanding the army. As it stood, they had around 30,000 members. Izuku wanted that to be higher. 4. Dabi, I think it's time for the Verdant to expand more. I want the elite squads and the lieutenants to start bringing more criminals and gangs into the fold. Remember the guidelines for who we reject and accept, though, since I refuse to compromise on that. Izuku stated. Dabi nodded his head and knew of several large gangs that they could aim to absorb. Dabi suggested they aim to take control of all the criminals on the islands off the southeast coast of Japan. Izuku asked why, and Dabi said it could be fallback points and places where they could do more hidden bases, since there is a lack of heroes on those islands due to the lack of crime. It wouldn't provide them a lot of members, but it would be ideal to control the criminal influence there and hide some labs and bases that only a few knew about. Otherwise, Dabi was going to devote their entire time to take over all criminal aspects towards the Tokyo area. Currently, they have control of about half of the crime in the Shizuoka prefecture except random criminals, and they wanted full control of most crime there before expanding into the Yamanashi and Aichi criminal aspects. Izuku wanted their numbers to expand in the 100,000 before any major attacks happened, but Izuku didn't know how likely that was going to be, but he could hope. 10. As such, once they finished talking, the members got to work. Dabi set forth to take control of the islands off the coast of the Shizuoka prefecture and then start expanding across the rest of the Shizuoka area. Izuku though knew the sports festival would be going on in the next few days, and he wanted to watch it so he could get some more knowledge of the current strength of all the students. As such, he made sure to schedule some time for himself to watch it. As the days passed, the sports festival arrived and Izuku sat down to watch it in his office. Of all people that had to be the class representative, it was one Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku rolled his eyes but stayed silent, though he was shocked by the speech that Bakugo gave. Today, we gather here too so we are the strongest, to show what we can do. However, let us not forget those that we are meant to protect in the future. Those that helped us grow. I did that one day and I must now live with that regret every day of my life. So no matter how far you go, Never forget those that you are meant to protect when you are strong. Bakugo yelled out and everyone cheered. His class looked surprised at his statement but clapped nonetheless. Izuku though was enraged as he picked up his desk and threw it. This was really easy for him to do with his natural strength which allowed to him carry fridges, but also he had his exoskeleton suit on. Dabi and the guards who were in the base watching the festival in their offices came running in at the noise ready to fight but saw Izuku. How dare you? How dare you, Bakugo, when you are the one that told me to kill myself? The one that beat the living shit out of me for a decade. The one that used his quirk on me and covered my body with scars. You don't get to take the damn moral high ground and act so reserved and guilt-ridden. Not after everything you did to me. Izuku screamed and smashed things until he felt arms around him. It was his guards who were calming him down and holding him as they whispered sweet nothings into his ears. Izuku calmed down and took a breath and fell to the floor as they continued to hug him. Thank you. Izuku muttered out, and they just kept holding him as they sat there on the floor watching the screen as the festival started.
39. Let's move to my office and Twice can make some clones of us to clean your office up, Dabi stated as Twice made clones of Dabi, Toga, and Mr. Compress.
They really didn't need clones of him since they would be on edge as well. They made their way into Dabi's office and sat down on the couch. I hope he breaks a leg, Izuku grumbled. The others just laughed at that and said that means Izuku was wishing him luck, and Izuku said he meant it literally but understood their teasing. Izuku just relaxed into Dabi's chest as Toga, Twice, and Mr. Compress surrounded him and cuddled where they could fit in. The five of them have become really close over the time they spent together, and they all had come to see Izuku as a younger brother that they wanted to protect. Soon the events were going on and Bakugo placed first with Todoroki coming second. 10. That Todoroki boy looks dead inside. He's also refusing to use his fireside. I don't like the signs of that, Izuku muttered, and Dabi tensed a bit as Izuku talked about his younger brother. Most of them have improved a bit, and that one purple-haired kid that looks sleep-deprived. He has some sort of mind control quirk or control type.
Based on reactions that I've seen, verbal response is required.
You might get around it by talking to someone else without responding to his questions, Izuku muttered. The others just rolled their eyes at Izuku but listened in, since they might need to know it in the event they run into any of the students one day. Soon the second event came to an end and Bakugo's team came in first. I wonder, what would his so-called friends do if they knew who he really was? Izuku muttered. Dabi just rubbed Izuku's back and kept him calm.
Don't do anything stupid and ensure it goes along with your plan so you don't screw yourself in the future, Dabi stated, and Izuku nodded his head. Doesn't mean I can't screw him over by having people leak and expose it all type news article or something, since we have control over one of the main media channels now due to all my investments and money strategies. Izuku giggled. Soon they turned their attention back to the festival as the individual rounds were announced.
2 overall. It went as Izuku expected, and Bakugo ended up winning due to Todoroki not using his fireside. Todoroki could have had a chance at winning if he had used his fire.
Pity, but this works in my favor, since when it comes out on what Bakugo has done, him being the first place winner will make it harder for UA to distance themselves,
Izuku stated. The medals were given out by none other than All Might, who hanged a medal on each of their heads.
Soon the event came to an end and everyone left to do their work. It would soon be the internship week for UA, and Izuku had some ideas for that since he did read some news about the Ida Tenya brother being attacked by Stain. I wonder if I can get Stain to join us, Izuku thought, and ordered Toga's network to find Stain's location since he wanted to meet him. As such, this set up the stage for Izuku to meet the hero killer Stain. Third POV. The spy network had located Stain in Hosu. However, things were not going simply. Izuku learned that the League of Villains had made contact with Stain before they did, which annoyed Izuku, but he couldn't complain that much. They had that damn warp gate that could move around so easily and transport them. Though from what the bug user gathered was that the League had failed to recruit him by the attitude that Stain had when he left the portal and returned to Hosu. Stain seemed annoyed and more aggressive, so Izuku believed he still had a chance. Shigaraki likely put Stain off due to him only wanting destruction, Izuku thought as he got up and took a teleportation gate to the base near Hosu. Izuku took Twice, Compress, and Dabi with him. They also took one of their advanced units with them as well since Izuku had a feeling something was going wrong. 8. The advanced units all had a standard uniform just like the Verdant guards did. Each unit had a different badge on their arms indicating which unit they belonged to. Otherwise, the uniforms all looked similar with customizations made to fit each individual's needs. All other members had some other uniforms as well, but those weren't important at this time. 17. As Izuku had arrived in Hosu with his guards and the advanced unit, Izuku looked around and felt the tension in the air.
If the League attacks, intercept their plans and try to destroy them, but don't get caught by heroes. They should focus more on the League than random people, since they shouldn't connect any of you to the Verdant until it's too late. Izuku stated. They all nodded, and soon they started traveling across the roofs looking for Stain, since it should be around his time to attack a hero. He should end up attacking at least 2 more heroes in Hosu before he moves to another city. Izuku believed his chances of recruiting Stain was relevantly high. The problem was that Izuku would be limiting Stain attacks to only heroes he approves of because, to be honest, he didn't approve of the attack on Ida's brother since he was a very amazing hero. Still, he is a hero who would need to be dealt with in the future if he didn't get attacked by Stain, but Izuku would have likely made a plan to remove him long enough that he could still live a normal life after the fall of the hero system. 5. As they were going, Izuku heard an explosion and then they saw the Nomus. Twice, make clones of everyone and have them go support the heroes and save the citizens. I would like as many of those Nomus for research as possible. Reminder for the clones, don't get caught. Destroy yourself if you are about to get caught, since I don't want information leaks. The originals will all stay with me as we will still hunt down Stain and try to recruit him. Izuku stated as several groups of clones went off. As they were moving around, they heard a scream that sounded like a younger kid around Izuku's age, which diverted their path, and Izuku was glad he did, as they had found the one and only Iida Tenya on the ground under Stain. There was another hero called Native who Izuku didn't really like since he used the Native Americans theme from America as a way to gain fans. Izuku, who was wearing the following outfit with a mask, jumped down and forced Stain away from the student. Remember, Izuku has everyone wearing masks at all times when they're out on operations. Who the hell are you? Stain asked as Iida was telling Izuku to leave.
Hello, Stain. Sorry to drop in, but I am here to talk to you about some matters. However, first I would like to know why you were wanting to kill this student. I could understand Native, but a student who does not hold his provisional license is a bit much even for you, no? Izuku asked. Stain watched Izuku carefully and then he noticed all of the other people with them and he was shocked that he didn't notice them. He was outnumbered heavily and was uncertain of the opponent's skill level.
1. Fine. I'll talk. I was going to kill him since he is a fake hero. He came here in revenge for his brother and was planning to kill me. Stain stated, and Izuku just shook his head. That is disappointing of you, Iida Tenya. What would your brother do if he learned you died due to him? Also, yes, he would blame himself for this. Don't worry, I won't allow your death tonight since you don't hold your provisional license. I see those that are becoming heroes off limits if they don't hold their provisional license, so I'll prevent Stain from harming you anymore. Izuku stated, and Stain was shocked and a bit annoyed at this. Iida himself was shocked and then noticed some of the uniforms. You're all with Verdant. You're the group that saved my class and my teacher at the USJ when the League of Villains tried to kill us in All Might. Iida yelled out, and this information caught Stain's attention. Oh, you all belong to the Verdant group, interesting. I'm willing to hear you all out, but the fake heroes must die though. Stain stated. Izuku nodded his head. I can easily agree to you finishing Native off, but this boy is off limits. He does not hold his provisional license and therefore is off limits in my eyes. Otherwise, even though we intend to recruit you, I will fight you to ensure his life for this night. Izuku stated, and Stain dug his sword into Native's chest, ending him. Izuku moved towards Native and motioned his arm to the end of the alley. Have 2 clones take Iida to the other heroes, Izuku stated up to the group, which they nodded at as twice made clones to take the student away. As soon as the student was gone, Izuku talked again to Stain. Would you be willing to return to our base to talk, or would you rather go somewhere else? Izuku asked. Stain agreed to go to their base. As such, they headed off towards the teleportation location, And as soon as they arrived, all of the clones arrived back. Even the ones that took Iida away. Izuku asked them if the boy was safe and they said he was. They ran into Lamillan and were able to peacefully transfer the kid over to him before they left. The Mr. Compress clones said they had several Nomus. As such, the unneeded clones broke down and everyone else went into the teleportation as Izuku alerted the user to open the gate. Soon they were all at the teleportation room. Izuku led Stain into an office and his guards join him as the advanced units stay outside. Thank you for agreeing to have this meeting, Stain. Please excuse me for not showing my face or my men as you haven't joined us yet and I don't need information leaks until I am ready for my plans. Izuku stated and Stain nodded his head but was on guard as he sat down. Izuku asked if he wanted anything to drink and Stain shook his head. Now, I just want to make sure I understand your ideas and why you do what you do so we are on the same starting page. If I understand you correctly, you are aiming to try and force society to change through action by removing those that you deem as fake heroes. Do I understand that correctly? Izuku asked and Stain said he was correct. Then, can you please explain what qualities deem a hero fake in your eyes since I am personally having a hard time seeing Ingenium as one? Izuku asked and Stain then started to explain what he sees as a fake hero. Those that are in it for money, for fame. Those that don't care about saving people above all else. People that aren't like All Might who is the truest hero of all. Stain stated. Stain, however, noticed the room tense a bit at the mention of All Might and he was curious of why. 8. Before we hit All Might, let's talk about how you qualify those as fakes since you clearly fucked up in regards to Ingenium. See the problem with how you decided who was fake is based on a narrow view. You attacked Ingenium even though he stands for none of that. 80% of what his family earns goes to charities or other organizations. Ingenium helps vigilantes become pro-heroes and fame. The family has been at it long enough that just having their last name makes them famous without them doing work so they don't really need to do it for fame. So, please tell me how Ingenium fit that? Izuku asked and Stain froze. His mind blanked and tried to think of something but he had to admit he was wrong. He thought that Ingenium was a fake but he's just been proven wrong. I must admit my error in regards to Ingenium, Stain stated. Izuku nodded his head. Now, would you like to talk about All Might first or what my organization goals are first? Izuku asked and Stain said All Might which earned Izuku nodding his head. What if I told you, All Might, is just as fake as those you hunted? Not to their degree but he had committed wrongs just like others since he is human. What if I told you that All Might had a hand in my creation and the creation of my organization because of what he did? What if I told you that the so-called natural-born hero is a fraud? Izuku stated and Stain was pissed and demanded Izuku to explain himself. Izuku smirked at this behind his mask. 3. Stain. Did you know that All Might received a fatal wound that has him on death's door? That he can only do hero work for roughly 2 hours a day now and on the day of the USJ attack he wasted it by stopping villains that were being handled by other heroes already? As such, he knowingly wasted his time when he was meant to be at a class training students. Did you know that All Might was born quirkless and that he gained a quirk from another person? Izuku stated and Stain was in shock. He knew about the USJ attack and that All Might was there but not when he arrived or that he was already meant to be there. This angered Stain since it would fall into his definition of seeking fame since All Might could have left it to the other heroes. The fact about him being quirkless confused him and Izuku explained the story of All for One and One for All. 3. As such, All Might was born quirkless and he forgot about his roots. He forgot the quirkless, the so-called villainous quirks that children are born with. He forgot all about them and never did anything to help these people. Did you know? There once was a quirkless boy that was abused so much that he asked All Might if a quirkless person like him could be a hero. Do you know what All Might, who was quirkless, said to the boy? Izuku asked Stain and he shook his head but had a feeling he wasn't going to like it. All Might looked at the boy and said, quirkless. No, a quirkless person could never be a hero. The field is too dangerous. It's okay to dream but you should be realistic. If you want to be a hero, go be a police officer or an EMT. This is what All Might said as he turned his back on the boy and left him on the tall roof of the building they landed on. All Might went down the steps and left the boy who dreams he crushed on the room. However, that wasn't the last time they met.
You see, that same quirkless boy got to moving and soon he arrived at a scene of the incident that was called the sludge incident.
The quirkless boy saw his main tormentor being suffocated by the same villain that had attacked him earlier before All Might saved him.
Before the conversation on the roof, that quirkless boy saw that none of the heroes were doing anything.
Even though the boy was done with his dreams of being a hero, he still moved since he didn't want his tormentor to die that easily to a random villain.
So the quirkless boy caused the villain to break his grasp just long enough that All Might, who was standing in the crowd, got to moving since he ran out of time that day and saved the two boys. The heroes would reprimand the quirkless boy, but the boy left and was walking home. He did get stopped and yelled at by the boy he helped, but that wasn't it. Izuku said as he stopped and took a drink. Stain was on the edge of his seat and had a lot of mixed emotions.
9. Now, he was stopped once again by All Might. He came with a correction and an offer. The correction was that he wanted to take back his words that the boy was indeed a hero, but
it came with a condition, really. All Might offered one for all to this boy. All Might still believed you needed a quirk to become a hero.
He believed that the boy could only do it with the quirk that he offered. Do you now know where that boy is? He's right in front of you.
I rejected that quirk. I refused to believe that one's worth must be determined by a quirk like All Might and everyone else believes.
As such, I went home and wrote what appeared to be a suicide note and left my mother, who likely understood the hidden meaning behind it. I then started my organization, the Verdant, and became the Verdant Emperor, as I planned to overthrow the current social order and take control.
I want far harsher anti-discrimination laws, quirkless protection laws, better quirk laws.
These laws have hardly changed for 200 years. It's time that society gets replaced and for it to move forward past just heroes and villains.
It's time for law enforcement to return to the hands of the police force for the most part and create something better than the heroes inside of the police, which has more oversight than the heroes, which is run by a corrupt hero commission. I am Verdant Emperor and I plan to change the world, and I am a proud quirkless man. Izuku stood as he shouted the last part of his speech. Stain's eyes widened. He just learned so much information and he was in shock. 26. How? Stain said, and then Izuku played a recording of the USJ events and had Stain watch it, which included All Might's true form, which confirmed the truth of what Izuku was talking about.
So Stain, how is he a true hero? I admit I have no plans to kill All Might.
He is still an amazing hero, but he has had his lapses in judgments that pushed me to my breaking point after everything else.
He served to solidify my final decision after the roof to abandon heroics and aim to change the world via force, since it has had long enough to improve on its own natural course over 200 years. Izuku stated. Stain looked at Izuku and asked some questions like how he plans to accomplish everything. As it stands, I'm gaining control of the underworld. I've limited crimes that my men do. I don't allow certain types of criminals, such as those that target children, or those that deal with human trafficking, and so on. I need an army and I've been growing it. However, I admit right now, my conquest of Japan and maybe further to other countries depending on everything will not be bloodless. Revolts are never bloodless. I plan to try to limit as much as I can, but I will say this right now. I will do anything and everything to accomplish my goals in this war. Sadly, that does means innocent people will die, since wars are never bloodless and innocents always die in wars. So Stain, are you willing to join us? Izuku stated. Stain sat there and considered it. What would you be having me do? Stain asked, and Izuku thought it over before responding. 5. You would help train our men to a higher level. However, you would be joining under my guard that is in charge of my armed forces. You would become the second in command in a sense of the army when none of my guards are there to give out orders or if I'm not present. There is also the likelihood of you being sent out on assassination missions of targets, which would include heroes, villains, government officials. Most will be those that are corrupt or somehow gained leads on us. I don't want you going out on your hunts anymore without my approval, since I keep crime as low as I can and it could lead the heroes to us, and we are staying as underground as we can until we start more large attacks on the government and heroes. We are also directly opposing the current king of the underworld, all for one, since he plans to just rule for his own benefit if he takes control of Japan. Unlike him, I want to rule for the betterment of society. I want people not to worry about being discriminated against just due to their quirk or the lack of their quirk. Izuku stated as he stood up and walked towards Stain and held his hand out. Will you join us, Stain, and help us change this society, even if you must bath yourself in blood and go to hell with me once we die? Izuku stated, and Stain stood up and looked at the hand. He shook it and bowed. At your command, Verdant Emperor. Stain stated. Izuku and everyone removed their masks and showed him their faces. You're quite young. Stain stated, and everyone laughed. 32. Don't let that distract you, Stain. Our little emperor has an IQ higher than Principal Nezu's and he's quite fearsome. He's created exoskeletons to rival minor strength quirks, and our little emperor is quite fearsome and can take 2 of us guards on at the same time in his exoskeleton and 1 of us without even if we use quirks. Dabi stated. Everyone laughed as Izuku pouted and started hitting Dabi's chest playfully. Stop calling me little emperor. Izuku pouted. Stain was confused about the lack of respect. Shouldn't you respect your leader more? Stain asked, and they all laughed. Izuku rolled his eyes. I wouldn't accept this really from the lower members that recently joined, but these 4 are like family to me. They all see me as a little brother, and then the other members all love me since I am fair in my rulings and leadership. We are all more or less one large family once the members are settled in. Though I demand respect during operations and business matters, but during nothing important, I don't care if my men relax. I, however, will never accept disloyalty. The last guy served as a good example for what happens with those that betray us. Izuku stated as he walked away and told Dabi to show Stain to his room. Stain was confused and asked about the last guy that betrayed them. They explained the last one was ruthlessly tortured before being fed to the fishes out at sea. They explained that he could do pretty much anything and be punished with a range of punishments that were really fair but never included death, but the moment someone betrays, it's death unless they had a very damn good reason for the betrayal and could argue their case. Izuku would always research the issue before dealing out punishment. Stain accepted the answer and followed Dabi. This was now the newest important figure in their organization and was a power boost for them. Third POV. The media was talking about the attack in Hosu, and this included multiple topics. One was the Nomu creatures, the next was Stain, and the last was the new group of possible vigilantes. Everyone was wondering what these creatures were that had attacked the city since the police and UA didn't release news about it from the USJ attack. As such, people not involved in the event nor related to the case didn't know about them. This also meant that the media didn't connect them to the League of Villains either, even though those that were in the knowledge of the Nomu knew about it. Next was the fact that Stain had landed a new target, which was native. However, they were also talking about how he had fought a hero student whose name wasn't released due to not having a hero license. Then, the media touch upon the new group of what they saw as vigilantes. They were talking about the Verdant vigilantes since the name for the group was No, but not much outside of that. The media was talking about how the group saved civilians from the creatures that had attacked Hosu and supported the other heroes before retreating when Endeavor arrived and had attempted to attack one. The media did hit Endeavor a bit for that since he decided to try and capture the vigilantes instead of the present threat of the creatures, so Endeavor was pissed lately for the media going after him. The public was also not happy with him, but it would tamper out over time, but it just only added more fuel for Izuku to use against Endeavor later on. Now though, we need to look into the hospital where Iida Tenya was currently sitting as he was bowing his head to his brother and the staff of UA who were all pissed with him. 5. I am sorry. Iida yelled as he bowed his head. His older brother just smacked his head. What the hell were you thinking? Do you not realize that me and our parents would blame ourselves if you died? Stated the older Iida. Tenya just rubbed his head and muttered something on the lines that is exactly what he said. Nezu, who was in the room, caught it though and asked him to repeat that. I said. That he said roughly the exact same thing. I don't know who he was, but he was a member of the Verdant group and had quite a few members with him. They wanted to talk to Stain about an offer. He refused to let Stain kill me. Iida Tenya stated. This confused everyone on why they would stop Stain if they had an offer for Stain. Preventing Stain from doing his work could put him off from any deals. One Nezu then asked Tenya to explain how the events went, which he nodded and started to do so. After I got downed by Stain and he was about to kill me, the man dropped down. His outfit was quite different from all of the others. It's possible that he was the leader of the Verdant group. Tenya stated, and this shocked everyone. One of their students likely saw the leader of the group. Sadly, he had a mask on. He stated that I was off limits and that he wouldn't let Stain kill me that night, Tenya stated, and Aizawa asked what he meant by off limits. From what I gathered, I am off limits since I don't have a provisional license. If I had it, the leader would have allowed Stain to kill me. Oh, I remember the offer, they were there to recruit Stain, Tenya stated, and everyone paled at that. If Verdant was able to recruit Stain, then that meant their values leaned a bit more towards wiping heroes out most likely, and any followers of Stain would join the group once they find out that Stain is a part of it. That was very troubling, but they were still glad that the Verdant group kept their student alive, and they were lucky he didn't have a provisional license yet. 6. Tenya then talked about how 2 clones took him and transferred him to a third-year student called Villian who had arrived on the streets. They wanted to ensure that Tenya didn't bleed out in the alleyway. The teachers warned Tenya that he was going to face harsh punishment once he returned to UA, but left it at that. They then went to a separate room and talked about everything they now knew. This is troubling. Since there has been no other sighting of Stain, we need to assume he is either dead or had jumped Verdant, Nezu stated, and Aizawa asked if it was still possible to hunt him down later, but Nezu said it wasn't likely. It was likely that Stain's attacks would change to fit the needs of the organization, so they likely wouldn't see Stain anymore for quite some time. Why is having the provisional license the cutoff point though? Aizawa muttered. Nezu looked at him in thought, because the moment they have it, they are licensed heroes for most terms. Until then, Iida, Tenya and his classmates are all just students in training instead of provisional heroes, which set them to a higher standard. It's likely Verdant won't lay their hands on any student at UA if they don't have a provisional license, which is good for us since it means that they likely won't touch anyone outside of the hero course, and we just got to worry about hero course students with provisional licenses. Nezu stated as he walked back and forth on the table. Nezu also made mention of the fact that the number of Nomu bodies was low, which meant that the Verdant had taken some of them. They did mention back in UA that the leader was studying them to see if he could reverse them or find any useful knowledge out of it. I don't know how good that is for us, but we can't do anything about it, Aizawa stated as he drank some coffee. Nezu just nodded his head at that. Then Villian and All Might entered the room. They asked for information on everything happened and asked how Iida Tenya was. Nezu informed them of everything, which Villian was glad that the boy got to the medical care in time. 1. So, Stain might have been recruited by the Verdant. What does this mean for the future? All Might asked.
Nezu looked at him and then Villian. Villian, be careful moving forward to not end up on the Verdant radar.
We don't need our third years being targeted. Anyone with a provisional license is open to attacks, as we learned. The supposed leader, or whom we are thinking is the leader, stopped Stain from killing Iida due to him not having a provisional license, Nezu stated. Villian nodded his head at this and listened to Nezu as he kept talking. Overall, it means that the Verdant organization will likely not be opposed to killing heroes at all if they are deemed fake, though that viewpoint might be off.
We don't know for sure. We know for sure though that they are without a doubt ending up in the anti-hero point of view, confirming the fact that they will oppose us and other villains most likely.
We need to step it up and get any information we can on this group and prepare for any plans of theirs which we have zero ideas. Expect that they are opposed to all for one,
Nezu stated. That is all they could do, beyond the defense, since they had nothing on the Verdant group worth anything. Even Aizawa had to admit that the group was good. Nothing was being turned up in the underworld contacts of his. Everyone was terrified of opposing that group for some reason, so they all refused to talk, and even if they did, they knew nothing useful except rumors of them increasing their influence.
6. While they were all busy talking, there was one more group that was talking about the events.
This was the League of Villains, whose leader Shigaraki was having an absolute fit.
Jiren was in the room looking at the display and was disappointed. Really? This is so disgraceful and childish. He won't be the next rule of the underworld even if he were to start changing later on.
Verdant Emperor is far further ahead and is only outpacing him more and more.
Even with All for One's support, it doesn't look good for the League of Villains, thought Jiren, who had lost his normal smirk.
Then a voice came over the TV and started to talk. It was All for One. Calm yourself, Shigaraki. How are you meant to rule if this is how you act? All for One stated, and Shigaraki started to calm down. Yes, Master. I'm just so angry at these Verdant bastards. This is the second plan that they ruined. They are directly opposing us and stated they are directly against you. Shigaraki said as he decayed a stool.
Then the voice directed itself towards Jiren, who tensed a bit.
Jiren, what information can you gather on this Verdant group for us?
All for One stated. At that moment, Jiren knew he needed to pick a side because he doubted All for One will let him remain neutral, but he decided to try his luck though.
You know my policy, All for One. I don't sell direct information about my clients, which does include them.
Jiren stated, and Shigaraki turned his attention to Jiren. Shigaraki stated some shit about how Jiren likely sold them out. Idiot. I had no idea about your damn attack today, so please do tell me how I would have sold you out. You fail to compare to the leader of the Verdant, and at the rate you are going they will become the new kings after All for One exits the stage. I will tell you this, All for One, Verdant doesn't oppose you directly because they hate you. No, they oppose you because you are the current king of the underworld, and the leader of Verdant plans to overthrow the current society and rule it. I will also say this, he has a damn good chance at doing it as well. Comparing you two, the only thing he lacks compares to you is your quirk, while he has far more intelligence to create what he needs to get the job done where quirks fall short. The Verdant group plans to make All Might fall, and with it the Hero Society, which is the same goal you have, but you two are two players aiming for the same objective. It's a race in a sense to who completes it first, Jiren stated. All for One just made an acknowledgement sound before the room was silent. As you wish, we have always agreed on that before. All for One stated. Though, may I make a suggestion? Jiren asked, and All for One said he could. Right now, Shigaraki, you lack men. You had all those low-level grunts and relied on the Nomu just too much, and it got countered. Once it got countered, you had no one high enough to hold the line and fight for you, since the thugs was useless. You need to find some, how do you put it, higher-level NPCs to be on your team so that they can do as you need instead of the low-level grunts. Jiren stated, and All for One agreed. Shigaraki then asked Jiren to find him members, and Jiren said he would. With that, Jiren set off to find the League of Villains members for his group, just like he did for the Verdant. Third POV. It's been about a month or so since Stain had joined the organization, and he's been helping the men and women of the organization improve greatly in their combat abilities. Overall, most fighters of the organization should be able to handle a low-level ranked hero without any overall challenge. Then you have the advanced units that were far better, as they all worked in teams that complemented each other's fighting styles and quirks. Overall, without testing it, an advanced team could likely take anyone down that was in the top 15 if they worked together. Individually, they could likely take anyone in the top 50 to the top 30. However, right now it wasn't time to test that theory out yet, as they were more important things to work on. The organization had expanded quite a bit from the last major expansion, and things were busy incorporating all of the new members into the organization and getting them assigned to their correct departments. There was also the new land area that they were now in control of. The Verdant now controlled all of the Shizuoka prefectures and the following prefectures as well: Yamanashi, Aichi, Gifu, Nagano, Shiga, and Mie. Now you might think that is a lot of area under their control, but some of this area doesn't have high populations nor high crime rates, so they were more simple to take over instead of higher populated places where bigger gangs would be at. 619. The current member count for the organization was sitting at 100,000 members. Now, not all of these members were fighters, instead, only about 40% of the organization was made up of their fighting force. Everyone else belonged to their legal businesses, underground business, the labs, administrative duties, and so forth. So they had 40,000 people in the army ready to fight and do operations, and 60,000 belonging to the businesses, which have only grown more powerful and wealthy for the organization. As it stood, there were zero concerns of ever running out of money anytime soon, even if all of their legal business got hit and discovered. Izuku had a net worth for his army as a whole of around $10.50 billion USD. He earned quite a lot off of short selling all the time in foreign markets, but was slowly stopping that to nor catch any attention, since to really earn any money for it to be worth it, he would need to invest large amounts, which would draw the eyes of regulators, so that method was slowing down to a halt, and Izuku was just investing in foreign businesses, domestic businesses, and many other things to ensure they had a stable supply of cash flow. Also, all crime had come to a stop from his organization. Izuku put a stop to any crime because they didn't need to rely on it to earn money. They didn't need to rely on the black market to earn a lot of money either. They still had underground markets of some illegal things like quirk-canceling cuffs, analysis, support gear, and other things, but things that directly harmed someone went away and a lot of the crime things were exported instead of the domestic market. 15 people were noticing the large drop in crimes in these prefectures that Izuku controlled, but no one knew why. The media was just attributing it to the heroes, which Izuku and everyone got a laugh it out. It got to the point that a lot of heroes were leaving these areas to other places with more crimes. There was also the side issue of funding politicians that were controlled by Izuku's organization. The members that had no crimes on their records were filtered through and a few good people were found to run for some government positions to give them inside information and control of certain things. However, that was a long route that would take time to bear fruit, since the first office they are trying to get into is a diet position in the National Assembly and the election for the seat doesn't happen until the start of the summer break, so there are a few more months, and even then, their person would lack real power for some time. In other news of internal achievements, Izuku has been working hard with the scientists that they have gathered in their organization. It turned out that there were a handful of people that studied science but had got the push to their breaking point in discrimination that they felt to become villains since they were pushed out of their fields. As such, Izuku took them into his lab when he found them, and they helped make more progress when Izuku had to deal with other matters that required his attention in the organization. Now, the assistant he had in the labs were good, but they didn't compare to people that spent years in the field already studying it. Now, one of the most recent discoveries was that the Nomus indeed were humans, and Izuku had figured out a way to stabilize the quirks a bit. But without a way to provide quirks, it was useless. As such, that became a dead end currently. However, something else provided much better results. They were able to create the first full batch of temporary anti-quirk bullets. How did they know they worked, you might ask? Well, simple. There were a handful of members that believed their quirks to be a hindrance to their daily lives, so they volunteered to have the drugs used on them. Izuku promised to have their families set for life if they were to die due to the drugs, which made them all happy. Even if they survived, Izuku was giving them a lump sum amount of money for their families. As such, after testing was done, they discovered that the bullets suppressed the quirks for 2 whole days. The more diluted the drug was, the weaker the effect, but they couldn't get past 2 entire days currently. Izuku wanted to see if they could create a permanent quirk-destroying bullets, which did get some looks from everyone. He explained his reasons. The bullets could be used for those that quirks harmed their daily life, for the elderly whose quirks caused problems for their case, for people who just didn't want their quirks at all. He did mention that it could be used as a weapon against them or their enemies, so they would need to keep the formula a secret, and if they did ever make it permanent they would need to be heavily guarded and only limited batches made at a time. As such, it got the agreement of everyone to make it, and research was limited to only the scientist and Izuku. The scientists also volunteered to undergo a quirk that bounded them to not reveal the research to anyone except Izuku. This was done via another quirk user in their group whose quirk was permanent and could only be undone via another pact with the same parties. 17. Outside of those science achievements, they also learned where the current location of the League's base was. They also learned quite a few interesting details, like that All for One had a doctor who was responsible for making the Nomus and not All for One himself. As such, it proved that quirks could be recreated. Izuku wanted that information, and the Verdant guards agreed that the doctor needed to go away for good. That knowledge was dangerous since it allowed the creation of the Nomus, which were mindless soldiers that could be sent after them. The spy network was situated to hunt down the doctor as a top priority. They also found one of the Nomu labs where his truly All for One was located at. Izuku had the bug user bugs retreat the moment he was spotted, since Izuku didn't want to risk it. He also had the bug user kill the bugs that were anywhere near All for One, which made the user sad, but Izuku explained that All for One could have quirks to track her down via her bugs if she brought them back, which shocked her and made her agree without complaint after she learned that. 8. Izuku made notes of where the bases were, and they were really close to Tokyo. At least they aren't near us, Izuku thought. Izuku was also glad that all of the backup bases were completed as well. They had a few bases out on the islands to the southeast coast of Japan which had really no hero presence except a few. As such, they built some bases underground and hid them. They were also making progress in duplicating the teleportation gate quirk.
As it stood right now, they used twice to make clones of the quirk user so they could manage all of the gates between the different bases, which had increased quite a lot. They had around 2 or 3 bases in each prefecture that they controlled, and then a few bases on the islands. Some of the bases did get changed to fit a large number of people since the old design was meant for 500 people per silo, so they had to go for more open-spaced bases to fit larger people in some areas since the old bases only called for 4 silos per base location. 1. However, the teleportation issue was an important one for Izuku. He wanted to crack the technology behind it to help them expand, since the moment they get teleportation quirk they could easily set up bases in other countries without people knowing it. They could also bring in foreign villains to their organization and shake up the playing field. But as it stood, they were having issues stabilizing the teleportation field. They figured out how to replicate the process, but stabilizing it was an issue. The gate would break down before it was completed, which confused Izuku, so they had to hold off on it, but Izuku had the others still attempting it while he worked on other things, since he was sure he would come up with ideas to break through the wall. 5. Outside of all of that, they did learn that the league was recruiting more experienced members. One member, in particular, was named Muscular, who enjoyed killing. This pissed Izuku off since he hated people like Muscular. He did learn that the league was trying to use Stain as a means to recruit people, which pissed Stain off. As such, Stain released a video to the internet decrying the League of Villains and that they were liars. Stain did drop hints that he was now a part of a new group, but didn't comment on what group it was though, but those in the know like Ua knew it was Verdant, and Stain's video only confirmed it. Outside of the league was another issue. 4. The Meta Liberation Army. The spy network had accidentally discovered them one day while looking for the doctor and discovered that they had control of an entire city in the Aichi prefecture. The prefecture that they thought they had full control over and were just proven wrong. They also discovered that the Liberation Army, which was located in Deka City, had 90% of the inhabitants that were a part of the Liberation Army. This included the heroes. This news was devastating since, based on the information their bugs gained, was that Redestro, who was the leader, had an army of around 116,000 or so. Redestro was claiming in a meeting. Izuku had called an emergency meeting when all of this was found out, and they made adjustments to the plans. 21. They had to get rid of the Meta Liberation Army since they couldn't fight them and the government at the same time. Izuku was also glad he had obtained quite a few of the news outlets under his control via different names. He had planned to force the heroes' hands if they didn't deal with it soon. Izuku also realized it was a good way to weaken All Might a bit, most likely since he would have to help deal with the Meta Liberation Army. As such, they got to work, and after making a plan they tipped Ua and the detective with a lie detector quirk off about the Meta Liberation Army. They did this by having some clones of Toga made who turned into other people who delivered the evidence they gathered to the detective and to Ua. 2. The detective was a bit easier to do since she could walk into the station and request for him and say it was an emergency and that only he was going to believe her. As such, the detective agreed to meet her and took her to his office. He asked her questions like her name and everything, and at that money she dropped the act. "Hello detective, my leader wanted me to deliver this information so you all know about the dangerous threat that rivals All for One. The Meta Liberation Army is back and they have what we believe is over 100,000 members in the city of Deka under their control. We were able to spy on them and gain video of their leader Redestro and his top aides meeting. The Verdant sends out regards and do not even bother trying to find me via this face," Toga said as the clone broke apart at her will. The detective was in shock. He grabbed the bag and found DVDs. He put one in and saw it was a video showing Redestro in a meeting and talking about the Meta Liberation Army and their plans. 1. Now, Nezu was a bit harder. Toga walked up to the gate and pressed the button. It was during lunchtime right now. Nezu's voice came over and asked who she was and what she needed. "The Verdant sends our regards. We are here to deliver you some information if you would be so kind to let me in," Toga stated as she looked at the camera. The intercom was silent, but soon Nezu spoke. "One moment, a teacher will be out to escort you in, but I warn you. Don't try anything. I've authorized them lethal force if need be," stated Nezu, and she nodded her head and soon saw Eraserhead and Vlad King. "Hello Eraserhead, Vlad King. I'm here to see Nezu about a major threat that rivals All for One. My leader believed that you heroes should be warned about it before they strike at you all. Toga stated, and their eyes widened. Soon Toga found herself escorted into a meeting room with most of the staff including All Might. Hello, though I doubt you will give your name, Nezu stated. Toga shook her head. Don't bother looking this face up either. It's just a face of a random person on the street that I copied. Now, do you have a DVD player in here? Toga asked and Nezu showed her it. She put the DVD in and showed the video. 3. As you can see, the Meta Liberation Army has returned. Our spies, while searching for some associates of All for One, came across this in Deka City. We're a bit focused on All for One currently but are putting in some safeguards to deal with them as well, but our leader believed you should know since they are waiting for a good time to strike and overthrow Japan. They believe that anyone with a powerful quirk can do anything they wish. Truly disgusting. The powerful are meant to help protect those that can't defend themselves. They want to send us more or less back to the dawn of quirks is what they want to do. From what we gathered, as you can see in the other videos, is that they have over 100,000 members that are capable of fighting is what they claim, which is quite troubling for everyone. We've also delivered this information to the detective with the lie detector quirk. Any questions, Nezu? Toga asked as she stood and watched their faces. They were all pale. They had All for One to deal with and now they had to deal with the Meta Liberation Army. 12. Yes, I do. Is there any way we can count on Verdant support unofficially, of course? Nezu asked. Toga thought it over for a few moments before responding. The staff was tense. We are currently more focused on countering All for One, but yes. I'm sure our leader will be willing to provide aid on the day of any operation if we were to learn of it. Toga stated. Nezu nodded his head and the staff untensed a bit. They knew the Verdant was more or less their enemy, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend in this situation. Nezu asked a bit more questions about their plans against All for One and Toga said that she was not at liberty of talking about them but did notify Nezu that the League was currently recruiting more experienced members for more plans against UA. Nezu thanked them for the advanced notice and asked if they had any ideas of what the plans were, which Toga shook her head. At this time, we only know they are gearing up for it. We don't know what their next steps are, but Stain did damage some of their recruitment efforts with his video, which should take some wind out of their sails and buy you some time before their next attack. Toga stated. Nezu thanked her for the information and said he would have someone lead her out. No need, Toga said as her clone broke apart. Well, damn, even if we captured her it would have been pointless. They are really smart in using those clones, stated one teacher. Third Pav. Now, let it be said that Izuku isn't a petty bitch at all. Instead, it should be known that he is a major petty bitch. When Toga's clone finished in the meeting, Izuku just fell out of his chair laughing and clutching his stomach. They had slipped a bug to watch through on the clone, so they were playing the memories and recording them like normal. As such, they saw how Nezu asked if the Verdant organization would be willing to help them deal with the Meta Liberation Army. Izuku just couldn't hold it in anymore that the heroes were asking their enemy to help with dealing with such an issue. Just goes to show that society needs to be changed, since the heroes realize they are screwed if they don't get help with dealing with the Meta Liberation Army before All for One decides to get involved with everything, Izuku stated. The others could only shake their head at what they just learned, but nonetheless they would help. It of course didn't cost them anything to send a large army of clones of some of their advanced units and guards while keeping the real ones hidden away. As such, the Verdant didn't really have to waste resources except to plan things out. 6. Twice, did I ever tell you how much I adore you? Because honestly, you alone keep this organization going so smoothly for me. I would have to be running myself to death to deal with a lot of issues if you weren't around. Izuku said as he leaned back and looked at Twice with a smile. Twice just hugged Izuku and thanked him. As such, they got busy making the plans for the battle that would happen. Izuku knew that a lot of heroes were likely to die in the fight, but he was not going to risk any of his people when he can send clones into support. Twice has gotten better and is close to making clones of himself which would expand their abilities. However, as it stands, Twice can make a very decent number of clones before he faces quirk exhaustion, so they were not in any threat of having to use actual men and women of their military power. 18. Several months passed and now it was about 1 month before the summer break and Izuku's spy network reported that they have successfully found the doctor's location. Izuku wasn't willing to go after the doctor right at this moment though due to All for One still being around. They didn't know what quirks he had to just teleport the doctor back. As such, it became a waiting game for the downfall of the doctor. However, in other news, it was time for the battle between the heroes and Meta Liberation Army. Based on the bugs that followed Nezu around, Izuku was surprised he never found them, but oh well. The bugs were more or less actual bugs, to begin with, so it's not surprising. 5. Izuku gathered his guards and had the advanced teams on standby. The heroes were already on the move towards the Meta Liberation Army and Izuku wanted a gate on standby and ready to open about 5 minutes away from the battle zone. The originals would be on site so more clones could easily be made, but the originals would not engage in combat. Izuku didn't want to allow personnel to get captured since they had to be cautious of the heroes turning on them at any moment since heroes like Endeavor would be on site. As such, the original would keep their distance to be able to retreat easily. As they were all standing on the hillside looking over the city, they could see it. They could see the massive number of heroes that were starting to surround the city. There were also a lot of ectoplasm clones around the place. Smart of them to get him to surround the city to ensure no one escapes. They are a bit limited on physical combat due to how much damage a basic clone can take without combining, but for scouting and border patrol it's perfect. Izuku stated as he watched the show. The Verdant had no plans to get directly involved in time soon. They would go in after the heroes suffered some losses, since why help prevent them from losing too much? That would be illogical since the Verdant and heroes will be enemies in the future. 8. Soon alarms went off around the entire city were going off and the city was busting with life. Civilians were running towards the center of the place while heroes of the city itself were already fighting the incoming heroes. The news had already broken as a leak happened that the government was putting down a large force of the Meta Liberation Army. As such, they could do nothing to act as if nothing was going on, and the low members that started to fight right away only confirmed the accusation. After about an hour into the fighting, Izuku authorized the entering of combat for the clones. As such, 6 advanced groups were cloned and they had 30 groups with 5 groups from each advanced team. Then there were 5 clones of each Verdant guard except twice. The guards would be operating near the other groups but would also split off and deal with threats that needed to be dealt with. 1. Izuku did notice that a large portion of the UA staff was on site. Izuku could see through the bugs that they had flying around that Eraserhead, Vlad King, All Might, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Hound Dog were on site while Nezu was in the far back planning with some other people. However, back to the battlefield. The heroes were losing ground in some portions of the battlefield and the bugs in the command center were confirming as such from what they were hearing. Nezu's expression was tensed but soon the Verdant forces arrived on site at each of these locations and Izuku could see the expressions of everyone in the command center go to one of shock. Some of the officials were asking who these new people were and Nezu filled them in. They are from Verdant. They are the ones that tipped us off to the Meta Liberation Army. It seems their forces have arrived and are hitting all the points that we are weakened in. This is good for us since we were close to losing those fronts. Nezu stated. Some officials asked how Verdant knew about the weak points. Nezu responded. They have someone that can transform into people's appearances. Far as we know, they just have to see the appearance and can do it. So it wouldn't surprise me if we have a Verdant agent in this room with us, but don't waste time finding them. As it stands, they are not our enemy in this battle and we need the help we can get since this operation was undervalued by the damn Hero Commission. They refused to give us enough heroes to do this operation as I really wanted to. Nezu said, and Izuku was in so much joy at him stating that. They would record that later on for the big show that they will put on later on when a prime moment happens. 5. Now down in the operations itself on the battlefield. You could see All Might gritting his teeth as he was fighting Redestro. All Might didn't want to admit T, but he was actually being pushed back a bit since All Might was trying really hard not to waste one for all since he still had to deal with All for One. However, he soon received some help from the Verdant guards as Dobby, Mr. Compress, and Toga showed up in their outfits and started to attack the enemies around All Might, which gave him some space to breathe and focus on Redestro. 2. Destro himself was confused about who these new individuals were and the guards could only smirk at his confusion. All Might pushed forward and started to push Destro back, which only made Destro stronger due to his quirk. Destro, your quirk gives you more and more strength the more you feel stressed out. As such, the more All Might wins, the stronger you become. Dabi stated as he blasted some fire onto Destro, causing him to scream in pain. All Might was glad for that information and soon figured a plan out. He would need to knock Destro out in one punch. As the Verdant guards kept the pressure off All Might and did some attacks on Destro, it provided a chance for All Might to end it as he came slamming down on Destro, which caused enough shock in his body to make him black out. 1. Though, there were some heroes that the Verdant did not help at all. These were heroes like Endeavor, who the Verdant just ignored and let him be attacked by a large number of Meta Liberation Army members. Dabi's clone that passed by just laughed in his mind at Endeavor's poor state with all the wounds. If things go as planned, the heroes will be weakened when it comes time to fight All for One, and it will be our time to make our debut to the world. Dabi thought as he kept his anger in check. Even though it would be a good chance to kill Endeavor, that isn't why he was here, and he trusted Izuku's plans to work since they have come so far from the past. In the past, where he was just some random person on the street, and now he is the Verdant guard of a 150,000 person organization, since the group has only grown more and more in the previous months. Ironic, the heroes are so afraid of the Meta Liberation Army that they don't see the biggest threat, which is since we are soon to outpace their organization size of actual fighters. If All for One is gone, we have no direct threat outside of the government, since the 9th user won't be strong enough for a while to make us afraid. Dabi thought. Dabi went back to the fighting and kept his mind off Endeavor. 13. Another hour or so had passed of the fighting, and all of Japan and the world were watching fight. The media outlets under control of Verdant had started to talk about how the Verdant group, which was a rising vigilante group, had arrived on site about an hour into the siege to aid what appeared to be the weakening heroes' side. This didn't go well for the Hero Commission, who were in outrage and were trying to get the media to correct their statements, but were denied as even the other outlets were picking the story and narrative up. This became an embarrassing moment for the commission as it was going live and they couldn't control the narrative. 9. Nezu, who had seen the broadcasts, was just laughing at the commission and had muttered something on the lines of, "You reap what you sow." Izuku himself was laughing as well and was so glad he had bought so many media outlets. God, the media outlets were such an amazing investment since they help us control the narrative, Izuku said as he laughed on the hill. The others were just chuckling as well. Soon though the battle came to an end and the heroes had suffered a massive amount of injured and a decent number of deaths on their side. They had captured what appears to be around 70% of the Meta Liberation Army, with about 81,000 members, with around 35,000 deaths being reported on the Meta Liberation Army side as the reports came in, but those numbers were still moving around. 3. Heroes like Endeavor had received a decent amount of damage and would off the job for a while. A lot of the lower-ranked heroes that got assigned by the commission ended up dead, while mid-rank ones received some nasty injuries. Even those from UA received damage, but not as bad as the other heroes, since Nezu had been forcing them to train almost non-stop and the ectoplasm clones really helped them out a lot. Overall, even though the operation was a success, it was a failure in the eyes of the injured, and the media made sure to point that out, that the heroes went in so underprepared. As everyone settled down and started to clean everything up, Izuku looked back at the bugs that were watching Nezu. Some Hero Commission people were trying to blame him for the failure of losing so many people and getting so many injured. Nezu could only grit his teeth and stay silent. He was the leader of the operation and had to do with the resources he had available to him, which was limited by the commission, and now they were trying to shift the blame. Izuku wasn't having this, as such he made sure to have it all recorded later on for the big reveal. Nezu just had to accept it for now, but Izuku knew that Nezu was making plans to pay them back for this later on. A few days passed and some outlets were talking about how the principal of UA failed the mission, but the outlets under Izuku's control did different narratives and there were some differences between them. They talked about how the mission was successful in the objective but failed due to wounded and deaths, but they didn't directly blame Nezu. Instead, they promoted questions asking why the commission didn't provide more resources for such a large operation. Izuku had direct evidence that showed the commission purposely limited it but wasn't going to reveal that information yet. As such, the battle between the Meta Liberation Army and heroes came to an end with 0 wounded or dead on the Verdant side. Instead, they profited from this since they no longer had to deal with the Meta Liberation Army in their control area, and they happened to raid quite a few of their support department areas in their labs and stole a lot of support gear to supply their army with. Third POV. Izuku was currently sitting in his office preparing himself. Everything was here and it was time for everything to come to pass. Now you might be wondering what Izuku is talking about. Well, due to the bugs that were spying directly on Shigaraki and his small gang of members, the League of Villains were preparing themselves for an attack on UA. They wouldn't be directly attacking UA itself, no, they were aiming for the summer training camp that would be happening in a few weeks. How did they find this out, you might wonder? Well, it was a simple one from spying on Shigaraki, but also they were spying on the suspected mole and were able to confirm their theory of the individual being the mole. Izuku decided to not alert UA about the mole or the incoming attack. The council of his guards and the lieutenants, which now included Stain, asked him why. Why? You all must remember we plan to overthrow the heroes and the government. Helping them out too much is not beneficial for us. Also, since they plan to attack the camp and kidnap a student to try and recruit them, which would damage UA's and heroes' reputation overall, it becomes a chance for us. I am wanting to announce our presence and goals to the world on the day All Might and All for One comes to blow. We will interfere in the battle and take All for One out using the temporary anti-quirk bullets. We will need to look for a good chance to do it, but there should be a moment where it will be beneficial for us. Also, I would like to capture all of the League at that moment if we can. As such, the moment the battle with the League versus Heroes starts, I want several squads going after the Doctor and ending him, then get any of the research you can before destroying everything else. Izuku stated, and they all nodded their heads at his orders. 10. They asked what the overall plan for revealing themselves was going to be. Izuku looked over the numbers and information for his organization and thought for a few moments. As it stood, they had 500,000 members total. As it stood, 280,000 were combat ready while the others were all in non-combat roles and were not really fighters at all. So 56% of the organization was ready for combat and they had 500,000 member count. Those that weren't in combat roles were either didn't want to fight, couldn't fight, or were deemed a higher priority for different needs in the organization, such as the scientist. The organization also controlled Shizuoka, Yamanashi, Nagano, Nagata, Toyama, Ishikawa, Fukui, Gifu, Aichi, Kyoto, Shiga, Mie, Nara, Wakayama, Osaka, and Hyogo. There were some holdouts in these areas, but for the most part, their organization controlled all crime in these areas and crime rates had fallen sharply. As it stood, they controlled all of the crime in the entire middle portion of the nation without anyone knowing it. Though, Nezu has gotten suspension and has started to dig into these areas. It was one thing for several prefectures to drop in crime, but for so many to do it was not heard of, and there had to be a reason behind it. Though, the Hero Commission was showcasing it as the heroes doing amazing, which Izuku just laughed at. 4:22. Izuku finished thinking and then spoke. We will show the nation and the world how the Verdant had helped. How the heroes had failed. I'm aiming to see All Might's true form shown to the world, and I plan to announce to the world the truth of his quirk without saying who has it currently. If Lemillion gets in my way, then I will tell everyone that he has it, which will make some rally to him while others will aim for his head for the quirk and try to force it out of his hands. We will also expose Endeavor at this point to show the falsehood of the hero world. All Might's true form, his quirk, Endeavor, the commission trying to make Nezu their fall guy, them purchasing Hawks as a child soldier, and so forth. I've gathered a lot of evidence on a large number of heroes that are dirty or have committed a lot of crimes that the commission had covered up. Some include child porn, murder, abuse, and so forth. Izuku stated as he reclined in his chair as stopped speaking. They were all glad that it was close to the time for them to stop hiding in the shadows and to take more actions. Izuku wanted the teleportation technology done first in his dreams, but in reality, it wasn't going to be done soon. They were so close to stabilizing it. They could get it working for about 2 minutes before it broke down due to destabilizing. The permanent bullets to erase quirks were a failed experiment. No matter what they did, it didn't work. It was like they were missing an ingredient and Izuku didn't know what it was, so he scrapped the research for that since those bullets would only be used on a limited number of people. The temporary ones would do their job and they got the efficiency of them up to a week as well, so it didn't matter if they didn't have the permanent ones or not at this point. They also found that they did have a permanent version. It was done via pumping someone with enough of the anti-quirk fluids that it destroyed the quirk factor in the body. Now, you might wonder how they found this out. Well, let's say a newer member didn't read the rules and tried to lay his hands on a child that was the daughter of another member. Izuku went into a rage that day and the man had volunteered himself to see what happens when someone has the fluids run through their body non-stop for an hour. They now then, as the man was quirkless and showed no signs of a quirk again and DNA showed no quirk factor present in the body. He was later killed after about a month. As Izuku was sitting there, he came out of his thoughts of the research. He decided at that moment that they would wage their offense in that day as well. We're also going offensive against the government that day. Targets will include the Hero Commission building, the president of the commission herself, Endeavor's agency, everyone's that is dirty on the list agencies if they directly own it. We will not reveal our hands on the number of troops we have or what areas we control. I want them to have to search for all of that and we will slowly reveal ourselves in different places and take control publicly. This will demoralize them in the long run as we keep appearing and they can't do anything. It should also serve to get other areas under our control as people should come under our banner. Izuku stated. They all agreed and soon got to work. Izuku sat there in his office and decided he was going to visit her. She deserved to know and not be caught off guard. As such, he called for his guards to come with him in their real form. They had the bug user also find her current location so they wouldn't have to search. 7. As such, 5 hours later Izuku and his guards left clones of the guards at the base. Izuku didn't like making a clone of himself without him being near the clone. The reason for that is the memories didn't transfer between clones. So if the clone of Izuku changed something with the plans then well they were screwed. As such, Izuku didn't want a clone of him running around without him being nearby to hear everything and see it. He did use a clone every once in a while in the lab or to do paperwork with him in his office, but again he had to be there to ensure nothing derailed that the clone thought of and he didn't know of. The others found it odd when he didn't want a clone made of him when they first started, but they understood when he explained it and they agreed quickly to it since the clones do operate on their own. 5. Soon after moving around a bit, they snuck into the home of one Inko Midoriya before she arrived home from the store. The bug user was reporting her movements and anyone near the house as well. As such, Izuku and the Verdant guards just laid in wait in the apartment. She had stayed in the same apartment and Izuku wished she hadn't. He wished she would move on from him, but he knew that she got the hint in the letter and knew he was still alive. After waiting around 15 minutes, Izuku heard a sound from the front door. All of the members were in other rooms hiding and waiting. Soon, she entered and closed the door, and went into the kitchen. At that moment, Izuku opened his bedroom door where he was at. It was still filled with all of the All Might stuff which made Izuku a bit sick of the room. He then walked down the hall while keeping his movements silent and sat at the table in the room. 3. Inko still didn't hear anyone else in the room but she tensed. She felt someone was watching her and she turned around and saw several people in her apartment with her wearing outfits that seemed familiar to her. Then she remembered what they were wearing. These outfits were the outfits for the Verdant members except the sole male who had a different outfit on. 1. Why are you here? I know you are with Verdant but I don't think I did anything to get your attention, so why are you here? Inko asked a bit scared. Izuku looked at her as he looked around the room. He saw his guards around the room. Toga was near the door guarding it. Twice was near the window. Mr. Compress and Dabi stood on the other side of the couch behind Izuku since they wanted to give her some room to breathe. We're not here to harm you if that is what you think, Izuku stated, and at that moment Inko's eyes widened. That voice. Izuku? Inko asked with some tears in her eyes as Izuku removed his mask. Hello, mother, Izuku said with a slight smile, but she could see it one filled with sadness. I knew you were alive, sweetie. I am so glad to see you, Inko said as she grabbed Izuku and hugged him. He only patted her back and moved them to the couch to sit down. Dabi and Mr. Compress moved to the other side behind them. 2. They sat there for a few minutes before Izuku spoke up. I came to see you one more time. This will be it, mother. We can't see each other anymore and you will need to denounce me to the world when it comes knocking. Izuku said with a pained smile. Inko was confused. She had an idea that he was a part of the Verdant group but nothing else. What do you mean, sweetie? Inko asked, confused. Izuku sighed. Mother, I am the leader of the Verdant group. I founded it and I plan to make my move. When I do, I will become public enemy number 1. Soon Japan will be in chaos and I would rather you leave it, in all honesty. Izuku stated. Inko was dumbstruck. Her son just told her that he was going to throw Japan into chaos and become public enemy number 1. She didn't know what to think. What are you going to do, Izuku? Inko asked and he shook his head. You can't know the details or the lie detector detective will be used to jam you up. Mom, will you please leave Japan? I can send you anywhere you want. If you stay, people will hound you for being my mother. They will see you as part of the creation of the chaos. Izuku said, and she thought it over but shook her head. I can't leave you here, Izuku. Even if the world turns on me, I will stay and watch you as you do whatever you're about to do. I will love you no matter what you do, my son. Inko stated as she planted a kiss on his forehead. They both knew what would happen to her. The moment someone that hated Izuku found her, she was going to die, and Izuku doubted it would be a simple and painless death either. He begged her one more time but she shook her head. She knew her fate and she was fine with it. She would support her son to the end of it all. He did ask her to join the organization but she said no. She was just a simple mother and she would go out like that. 19. They spent more time just sitting there taking until it was time for him to leave. He needed to get back to the organization and Inko said that Bakugo would be coming by soon when he gets out of UA in about an hour, since he's been coming over since Izuku disappeared. He's likely trying to ease his guilt. Izuku muttered and Inko looked up at him and had an eyebrow raised. Izuku shook his head. He had a hand in me becoming this. I have a lot of hatred for him and haven't decided if I will kill him or not during my overthrow. All Might will be spared but Bakugo, he's changed, but does that outdo his sins is the question, and at this time I don't know. Izuku stated. Inko thought it over before she looked at him and spoke. Do you still care for his parents? She asked him and Izuku nodded his head. He never could hate them for what their son did. They didn't know. They never got told. They were as blind as Inko was. I don't know what he did to you, but he has changed greatly. Whether it outlives his sins is a question for you to debate on. All that I ask of you is to think of them when the time comes of killing him or leaving him alive. Remember that when you kill someone you are taking them away from someone else, so always remember that and try to keep the death to a minimum number as best as you can. That is all I can ask of you. Inko stated as she hugged him one more time and took in his smell and the feeling of his skin. This was likely the last time she would get to touch her son or see him this closely. Izuku could only nod his head and soon they were gone. 13. Inko sat there on the couch before putting the food away. She could only wait and see what the future would bring. Soon Bakugo arrived about an hour later and she brought him in as she did every time he came. She knew she should hate him, but that was Izuku's position. That was his responsibility and the weight he decided to carry. She would not pass judgment until she knew everything, and even then she would do her best to keep calm. Her son was still alive and that was the only thing that mattered to her. 3rd POV. A few more weeks passed and the students of UA were now ending their first day at the summer camp. Izuku had the bug user spread some bugs out at the camp to keep an eye on everything that happened there. However, Izuku himself was super busy for the entire first day and also the second day as well. Now you might be wondering why. Well, simply they had finished the teleportation technology. They were able to get it to stabilize and work for long periods before they had to turn it off for the system to cool off and recharge. As such, the teleportation user wasn't being heavily relied upon, but he still was important. The teleportation gates themselves were fixed points, unlike the user himself, which could open the gate to another random point, but it took him a bit to open it without having a point on the other side already pre-made like they normally did. As such, He became more of a long-term battle teleporter where they knew they needed a portal at a certain time in a certain location while the gates themselves were put up between the bases around the country. Izuku also ordered for a gate to be set up in different nations around the globe. These gates were hidden in a completely hidden location that was known only to the Verdant guards and Izuku. They would likely be staging points into other countries in the future or a way for them to retreat in the future if they somehow lost in Japan and had to flee the country. 3. As such, transportation between the bases became far easier, and more bases were planned for the future. They also had a self-destruction feature built into them that the Vanguard guards and Izuku could trigger if a base was compromised so that the technology wasn't stolen from them. The bombs would wipe everything out in the room where the gate was at. Not even metal would survive easily as the bombs were set to cause a large amount of heat and damage. So while they were waiting for the League to make their move and had all of their organization on standby, Izuku was finishing the last teleportation gates. Izuku was so happy to have these gates finished. To think, it wasn't working because I carried a damn 1 in the math which screwed everything up. Izuku thought as he smacked his head again remembering that stupid error. Even a genius like him can make mistakes on complex technological advancements that no one else in human history has ever made. As Izuku finished setting the last device online and finished connecting all the bases up, a member of his organization came in telling him the League started their movements and the guards requested him in the meeting room. Izuku nodded his head and got to moving. 32. Izuku arrived in the office to see Shigaraki on the wall projection telling his members to capture some of the UA students so they could turn them. The targets were Hitoshi Shinso and Fukikage Tokiyami. The reasons they got chosen is likely due to their past where they got bullied a lot due to their quirks. Shinso for his villainous quirk and Tokiyami due to his dark nature quirk which he also got bullied a bit due to how it appeared to be sourced in evil but he didn't get it as bad as Shinso since his school stopped a lot of it unlike Izuku's or Shinso's. As such, the two students would be primed to target and try to recruit but Izuku doubted they would. Izuku decided to have a clone of Toga on standby near Ua to go report it to Nezu that their camp was under attack. Izuku had said he wouldn't help the heroes but he would still report it since even if they did, it would be too late for them to stop it since it was in motion now. The moment Kurajori opened a portal for their side, Izuku had Toga's clone go alert Nezu. Izuku also sent a few clones of Dabi and Mr. Compress to the camp. The reason you might wonder is due to the little kid at the camp who tended to go up to the mountainside which was too damn close to where the villains were seen scouting the day before. 5. So, Izuku had the clones waiting for the boy in the event someone from the villain group went after him for the sport since there was a villain known as Muscular in their group that is actually the same person that killed the kid's parents. Izuku had ordered the clones that if Muscular was spotted, they were allowed to kill him freely if they had the chance to do it since people like Muscular that enjoys killing for no reason but just to do it disgust Izuku. As such, that is how everything started. Toga's clone had arrived at Ua at the same time as the League's members had arrived in the forest. Toga pressed the button on the gate and Nezu had let her in. She went the same route as last time and came to the meeting room where she found all of the heroes minus Eraserhead and Vlad King who were in the forest. They should really have sent people but they did change the location several times before settling on the current location. Toga thought, my leader wanted me to pass the information we gained. The League had gathered their forces and we discovered they are attacking your camp as we speak. Your students are in danger. Toga stated as he broke apart and the heroes were stunned before Nezu tried calling Aizawa. The moment he did, Aizawa answered and was shouting. Nezu were under attack. The League just showed up a few minutes ago. Send. Eraserhead said as the line went dead as communications got jammed. Everyone was in shock but they all soon broke out of it and started to make phone calls. All Might knew he couldn't do anything. He hated himself for using his time limit up. Instead, he called his detective friend and alerted him of the news they received and that they confirmed it. Soon heroes and police were in a mad dash to get to the camp and anyone locally around the camp would arrive in 10 minutes but that would be too late. As the Verdant was watching, they noticed that there were several members in the League's group that looked like knockoffs of Stain. I thought all of them would be pushed away but it seems they still managed to get a few members. Izuku said as he shook his head. Stain who had joined them in the room cursed in disgust. Then it happened. The clones they sent ended up in conflict as the villain known as Muscular had attempted to kill Kota. Izuku's blood boiled. He knew even he would end up killing innocent children likely in the war he was about to wage, but he wouldn't purposely aim for them. Soon the clones of his guards battled the villain known as Muscular, and one of them grabbed Kota and backed off to a safe distance. After a few minutes they got him pinned, and Dabi ended him as a clone of Toga took Kota away so he wouldn't see it. The clones were a bit confused about what to do with Kota though. Even Izuku was confused on what to do with the kid since they had no real intention of getting involved anymore in the battle. Soon though the clones decided to protect the kid and take him down to the lodge. 11. As they arrived they were soon met with Eraserhead, who was battling it out with a villain who he finished off and knocked out. He saw the Verdant and was on guard but didn't attack. Then he saw Kota on one of their backs. Eraserhead, we took care of one of the villains who was about to kill this kid. The villain's dead since we have no mercy for those that purposely target children. Dabi stated behind his mask. Eraserhead thanked them and took Kota. Also, they are targeting Hitoshi Shinso and Fukikage Tokiyami. They intend to recruit the two of them but were doubtful of that working, so you better find them before they get captured. We will be hiding around the lodge since our objective is to ensure the little kid and students don't get harmed. So go find your students in the forest since they likely won't be receptive of us appearing when they are under attack by unknowns right now. Dabi stated as the Verdant guards ran into the forest behind the lodge area and hid. Eraserhead told Kota to go into the lodge and stay inside but to inform Vlad, king of the Verdant members guarding the lodge outside. Kota nodded his head and did that as Eraserhead watched him enter and then ran to authorize combat for his students so they could defend themselves. 2. Soon, he found Mandalay, whose quirk could reach everyone. He told her to broadcast a message authorizing combat and then also alerting everyone of the targets. She did it and soon everything was heating up. It had been about 10 or so minutes since the fighting started and other local heroes were arriving, which helped the situation. Soon the battle turned in their favor and the students were all saved. This however was still a hit on UA's and the hero's reputation in the eyes of the public. The school had been attacked once again and nothing was being done to stop the League of Villains. As the fighting came to an end, Izuku decided to make the final battle between All Might and All for One happen. He decided to leak the location of the League's base to UA, but Izuku did discover that one of UA's students did place a tracker on the Nomu, so he decided not to leak that location since they would already have it. It would also make it appear as their network wasn't as good as it truly was. Izuku also wanted to allow the heroes to sustain damage from the battle as well. He did, however, order for all of his members to leave the area if they happened to be in it. Izuku wishes he had control of that area, but he never dared to go anywhere near it until All for One was out of the picture. 5. Soon a few days passed and the information had already been leaked to Nezu. The heroes were setting up a task force to launch a raid on the League. They had no idea where All for One would be located though. Endeavor, who had just been cleared for duty a few days after the camp attack, was sent to the Nomu location since he could destroy the heads with fire, and All Might was sent to the bar location. All other teams are the same as canon except Endeavor's location. Overall, they had as many heavy hitters as they could get, but they still had lost quite a few in the Meta Liberation attack, or the people were still injured in recovery. Izuku had 6 advanced teams with 2 copies of each person made sent to the doctor's location. Izuku had thought about sending just clones but realized that there are quite a few Nomus in the hidden location, so if the doctor used them, the clones would get wiped out. So Mr. Compress had about 12 clones of him there ready to take the Nomus apart with his quirk, and the advanced teams and their clones would be focused on killing the doctor and stealing his research. There was no capture mission for the doctor at all. They also had several shots of the anti-quirk bullets ready to use on the doctor since they didn't know his quirk. They also would use them on the Nomus to see the results on live Nomus. Sitting around the location of All for One was several copies of Toga, who had become quite masterful in snipers. She had clones on very tall buildings a bit distance away from All for One's direct location. The reason for this is the sniper bullets are anti-quirk bullets. She would be waiting for Izuku's order to take the shot and take All for One out. They didn't know if one bullet would do the job or not, but from what they saw of All for One, he was using a medical mask to live and he had to have quirks keeping him alive. If those went away he would likely die almost straight away. As such, the stage for the final battle was set. Third POV. It was time. The battle between All Might and All for One was starting. The Verdant had leaked the location of the League's bar location to the heroes, and the heroes already had the location of the initial Nomu factory, though they didn't know about the Nomus at the doctor's location though. Izuku had ordered the raid teams at the doctor's location to wait a bit before breaching for his location until the battle was in full swing, since if Izuku's guess was right, All for One or the doctor would need to send Nomus from the doctor's location or a third location to help the League, since the heroes would likely take the Nomus at the factor before All for One got involved in the fight. As such, it was a waiting game. Izuku had a massive amount of clones made of about 15 advanced teams that would be coming with him. The Verdant guards would also be coming with Izuku as well, since it would be the declaration to the world that they were there and that they weren't going away. Overall, the objectives for the night were as followed. 1. The doctor's death. 2. Claim all of his research and Nomus that they could. 3. Shigaraki and his League's deaths. 4. The capture of All for One or his death. 1. 5. All Might true form is revealed. 2. There were some more objectives to be completed, but the Verdant guards had talked Izuku out of one of them. That objective was releasing the truth about One for All to the public. They asked Izuku to back off this point for now, since they believed it would be valuable information for them to hold on to for a better time, since it might just inspire people that there was a person capable of doing the same feats of All Might. Izuku thought about it and agreed with them, so they held off on it. There was also a new fact that made the Verdant even stronger. Izuku made a breakthrough and was able to convince Twice to make clones of himself, since the clones would be real regardless, and if he really wanted to know who was the real one, then he just had to make the clones disappear, since he had the ability to make them break. As such, they now had clones of Twice who could make clones of the teams and himself on the battlefield, which could make the battle change however they want. 23. As it stood, they were all waiting in the hangar room currently with all the squads that would be going. Everyone else that was in the largest main base was also waiting there to see them off. Now you might be wondering why they were in a hangar. Well, can't have a military without military weapons, right? Question mark. As such, with some of the money over the past months, Izuku has purchased military-grade aircraft and weapons, since he was in full intentions of taking the country over, so he needed some way to counter the military itself a bit. Anyway, that besides the point. They were all watching the projection of the heroes moving out and approaching the bar and Nomu factory locations. Toga's clones with the snipers were long in place already, waiting for a few hours now, and the 6 advanced teams were waiting for the green light as well. The teleportation gate was prepared to be activated, which would open roughly a block or two away from the Nomu factory, which Izuku believed would be completely clear due to the destruction that he calculated that would happen between the two titans. As the raid was about to begin, Izuku turned to everyone and had all their comms turned on to their agents out on the field for this operation. All of the other bases were also watching as well, and so were the workers at their companies that were completely under their control. Izuku looked at them all and spoke. 17. Brothers, sisters, today is the day we make our voice heard in the world for the first official time. All times before now were just demonstrations of our powers to spread our name a bit in preparation for this. Today though we make Japan and the world know that we are here. When I took over the sections of the underworld that you all used to belong to, I put my foot down on crimes and ended it all. People thought I was crazy. He was going to run an organization with zero crime. Question mark. Yet here we stand, a fully self-sufficient organization with no petty crimes, no drug crimes, no murdering of random civilians. We are the Verdant, and I wanted us to be clean of our hands in the crimes. To set an example that it was society and the government that pushed most villains to that point. That no one is born evil but becomes it when they are pushed too far. When they are left with no other options. That this society that laws on discrimination against quirkless people like myself hasn't changed for 200 years. That this society that allows discrimination against those with the so-called weak or villainous quirks is wrong. That it must change. So I say this, hear my words, hear my will, for I am the Verdant Emperor and the time of the heroes is over. Izuku yelled at the top of his lungs and breathed in heavily when he was done as he looked at everyone. They were all wide-eyed and silent before it broke. Everyone was cheering and chanting, "Verdant, Verdant, Verdant." They changed as it was time for the Verdant to rise to power over Japan. Soon, Izuku turned his head and saw the raid on the League was in full swing. Currently, Shigaraki was in custody, but Izuku doubted that would stay like that. He ordered the bug user to place a bug on each of them and ensure they went wherever they went. Just right after the bug control did it, the League got teleported, taking the bugs with them. Everyone was confused about where they went until the projection switched to the Nomu factory and they saw the League with All for One. 8. All for One had wiped out the heroes for the most part at the location and had decimated several blocks worths of buildings. The Verdant team looked and saw the absolute destruction via the bugs that were planted in the area. Some got killed, so the bug user had more move into the area to ensure they had full coverage. Izuku had the communications department activate the satellite over the area as well, so they had another source. They had taken control of all of the Meta Liberation Army satellites when they got defeated. They soon could see All for One just floating there in front of the downed heroes. 1:27. Only a few heroes were still standing like Endeavor, but most of the others were just defeated. All for One then spoke. "I must hand it to you, best genist. You were able to pull a lot of them out of the way just in time, but they still suffered a lot of damage. If they stayed, they would all be dead like the others that got caught in the blast." All for One stated. Best Genist tried to fight with Endeavor, but All for One easily handles them and wipes them out without effort. Endeavor was in disbelief at the power of the villain in front of him as he tried to stand once again but was too injured to do anything. He could barely get his quirk to come on due to how badly injured and exhausted he was from living through those hits. 2. Izuku checked in with the Toga clones and they were all alive and fine. Izuku had placed them far enough to not get hit in the destruction. As such, they still had every angle covered, and unless All for One hid underground, he was going to be screwed when it was time. Izuku saw at the other locations that new Nomus had appeared. At that moment he ordered the raid team to the doctor's location to get moving and to ensure he died. They also had some bugs at their location that went in beforehand and had grabbed onto him to ensure that if he escaped that they could track him down. They had coverage after all of the entire countries, since they had clones of the bug user everywhere in multiple locations across the country and secured safe houses being guarded. As such, unless the doctor escaped to another country, he was trapped. 1. Now back to the main event. As All Might had left the bar location, All for One used a quirk to forcibly open Kurogiri's quirk to create a warp gate to a new location. Good thing we have bugs on them, Izuku thought. He turned around. I want their new location and I want 10 advanced teams going after them. Lethal force is authorized, but I would rather them captured so they can be turned over to the police. Izuku called out and 10 different advanced teams gather up their equipment and were prepared to leave. The teleportation user was prepared to open a gate and the clone of the bug user was watching the lead carefully and waiting for their trip via the portal. Soon though All Might arrived on site just as the league went through the warp gate. As we look around on the battlefield, we can see All Might noticing their escape, but he couldn't do anything about it due to All for One being in the way. "Hello, All Might, here to kill me again?" All for One asked. Soon both of the titans got into a large fight and were going head to head as they clashed, causing only more destruction. However, during the fight, Gran Torino got summoned right before All Might tried to land an attack, causing him damage. Soon the two titans were arguing and All Might got pissed off and quickly landed a blow, breaking All for One's helmet, which exposed his scarred face and the fact that he lacked eyes. 15. Get the portal ready. All Might has hit his limit and we will be getting involved. Izuku shouted. The gate based on projections will appear behind some rubble, which will be perfect since they won't know how they suddenly appeared. As such, after a few minutes, the portal was open and Izuku, his guards, and the 15 advanced squads that would be coming with him all went through the portal and appeared behind the rubble, and waited for the perfect chance to make their appearance, and it made its appearance right then and there as All for One powered up a large attack and All Might was forced to block it due to the fact that civilians were in the path behind him. He either dodged and allowed them all to die or he stayed and took it on. All Might chose to take it head on and blocked it. However, this cost All Might his form, which revealed it to the world. As All for One revealed the truth of Shigaraki being All Might's master grandson, everyone was wondering if this was it, and it was at that precise moment before people could try to chant or anything that the Verdant struck. The Toga clones all took their shots and the bangs went a few seconds later, but it was too late for All for One to do anything even with his quirks since the bullets came too fast and from multiple directions. He blocked 2 of the 6 shots, but all of the other shots landed and injected him with the drugs. Everyone was confused and shocked. All Might himself was confused until they all heard a slow clap that came from the side. The cameras turned to the sound and they all saw it. A massive group of people in green. 5. The reporters soon spoke. It's Verdant. It's the group that has been known to appear during some of the recent crises and help people out. It's the Verdant, stated the reporter, which happened to be one owned by Izuku. This reporter was also the one with the main footage since only their helicopter was in the air at that moment recording everything, so all of the other news outlets were going via their feed since their helicopters were still en route. It seems Verdant is here to save the day, the reporter stated. Soon this caused everyone to be cheering the Verdant name and the heroes were tense at this. Even All Might didn't know what to think. He thought the Verdant group was going to their deaths against All for One until he noticed All for One on the ground. 3. As people watched as the large group of Verdant members moved closer to All for One, they could hear the main person speak. Having trouble, All for One? Of course. That is a silly question since that drug was made to counter you and cause you problems with your multiple quirks. I bet your body feels in horrible pain right now. Bring him to me, Izuku said behind his mask as a chair was pulled out of marble from Mr. Compress. Izuku just sat down and everyone was shocked at his calmness. Soon several clones of one of the advanced team dragged All for One before Izuku and everyone was shocked. This was the man that just went blow for blow and overpowered All Might, yet he was helpless before the Verdant and the news reported it as such. 27. All Might walked a bit towards them in shock as he couldn't believe this. To think the heroes have fallen so low, the symbol of peace couldn't defeat you and so much damage was caused between the 2 battles you both had. It's quite pathetic after all. It only took 1 bullet from us to bring you to an end, All for One, and yet the almighty symbol of peace couldn't do it and had to cause so much destruction in his fight with you. Izuku stated as he shook his head. This had everyone questioning, were the heroes really that ineffective? 7. Then, more Verdant members appeared. This didn't shock anyone, but what they brought with them did shock them. It was the members of the League of Villains. Everyone was stunned. The heroes had let them escape, but the Verdant already captured them all. All for One was shocked as well, and even though he was having trouble breathing due to the lack of his quirks that were slowly killing him now, he looked up and asked how they defeated them so quickly. Everyone wanted to know as well. Izuku just laughed. It honestly wasn't that hard. I just planned around for different situations and made sure I had enough power to take you out in one go. You are a terrifying man that has lived for 200 years after all. I wasn't going to strike until I knew I could land the ending blow. Too bad that your successor recited my men. He died for it, though the other members of the League gave up. Also, if you were wondering about escaping later from prison, then you were wrong since I already took care of the doctor who created those Nomu creatures, by the way. Did you honestly think I wouldn't find him? Izuku stated with a joyful tone, and All for One was shocked. His plans were destroyed in a simple attack. Even with my old bodyguard, he won't move unless called for, which will be impossible now. All for One thought. All for One knew he was done for. I surrender, All for One stated. This made everyone shocked and cheer. They were all chanting the Verdant name and entire Japan was cheering their name. 6. Soon police carefully came over and took All for One and the League away and were very careful not to set the Verdant members off. Heroes were all down on the battlefield as some Verdant members had long helped clear the rest of the civilians that could be easily found out. Endeavor himself was glaring at Izuku and All Might was nearby as well. A camera crew that was owned by Izuku got close as well. The world was watching at the Verdant and heroes soon on separate sides. Everyone was tense and waiting for something to happen. Even the students and teachers back at the dorms were tense as they watched. Now, you might be wondering what is next. The symbol of peace is done and has to retire now after all. That means Endeavor will become the next #1 hero, right? Izuku stated, and people everywhere just nodded their heads, and even the heroes and people on site nodded their heads. Endeavor had a smirk on his face until he heard the next words. Well, not so fast. You see, there is a huge problem that the Verdant is intended to resolve. You see, it's the Verdant belief that it's time for this society that is run by the heroes to come to an end. As such, this is the Verdant's official declaration of war against the heroes and the government of Japan. Izuku said as he stood up with his arms out wide. Everyone was shocked at his words. This made all of the heroes on site tense and get into combat positions. All Might tried to defuse the situation and stepped between them. 4. Calm down. Surely we can end this without conflict. Why must you war us? All Might pleaded. He was scared. The heroes were in no shape to take on a massive war, and he felt he knew this individual in front of him from somewhere, but he couldn't place them. Why, you ask? Simple. This current society is corrupted. This society pushes people to become villains. This society allows blatant discrimination against those with the so-called weak quirks, villainous quirks, or those that have no quirks whatsoever. This society is run by corrupted heroes and officials. That is why. Can you honestly tell me, All Might, that this society doesn't deserve to be redone with new leadership? It's had 200 years to correct the issues, but it hasn't done it. Instead, it allows people like Endeavor to profit from it and rise to the top. Now he will be the #1 hero and lead the society, or have you been blinded by the fame and glory of being at the top for so long, All Might, that you don't see the issues that you clearly overlooked? Izuku asked All Might, and he was shocked. He didn't know what to say. Endeavor though spoke up. There are no issues. It's villain scum like you that cause the problems. Endeavor stated, and Izuku just laughed at this. It's people like us that causes the problems, you say. We were born from actions that people like you caused. It's time to start the show. Izuku said, and at that one of his guards removed his mask for everyone to see his face. 9. Hello, Endeavor. Remember me? Dabi asked, and Endeavor said he had no idea who he was. Then Dabi took water and washed his hair out. He had let the dye from before clear out and only covered in a light material that could wash out. Endeavor went pale and everyone noticed his shock. Remember me now, father? Quote. Dabi stated. Verdant guard Dabi, also known as Toya Todoroki, the firstborn of Endeavor, who attempted to kill Toya Todoroki off years ago after years of abuse from his father. Endeavor went on to abuse his wife and the other children, more importantly his youngest son Shoto Todoroki. This is the man that you have as the current #2. This is the man you have becoming the #1. An abuser, a murderer, a man full of sin that creates villains every single day he is alive due to his lack of care. He causes more damage and crime than he fixes. This is your hero's Japan. Izuku stated as the news feeds got hacked with information about Endeavor, and then it went on to show things about other heroes and their crimes. Everyone was stunned and disgusted. 2. Look at the information on your screens. It shows countless heroes whose crimes get covered up by the Hero Commission since they want to keep power. The government knows about these crimes, yet they do nothing. Why? Because without villains there is no hero system. There is no money coming into them. No child soldiers that they can use as they see fit. Yes, child soldiers like the #3 hero Hawks, who the Hero Commission bought at a young age and forced into a training program where they keep him on a leash to this day. Izuku said as more information appeared on their screens. All Might only got paler and paler at all of the information he saw. Have I been so blind to ignore all of this? Are we truly just causing more issues than we are fixing? All Might thought. He then felt he knew the boy in front of him more than he realized, but he still couldn't place it. 5. Let's also look back at the raid on the Meta Liberation Army where my forces had to help the heroes out. Did you all know that the government purposely limited the number of heroes and resources that Principal Nezu of UA had? They wanted it to fail. They wanted them to fail because some of the people in the Hero Commission and government have ties to the Meta Liberation Army. The current government itself is one being controlled in the shadows already and is running on ideals that those born without an extremely powerful quirk don't deserve or rights. That means if you even have a minor quirk that just bends your fingers to changes your eye color, the government believes you don't deserve your rights since they are nothing more than puppets. Izuku said as more information appeared about the president of the commission who had ties to the Meta Liberation Army, and some high-level officials in the government did as well. 3. Everyone around Japan was in an uproar. Even nearby you could hear the chanting of Verdant going off as Izuku had placed clones of Toga in different disguises of their members around to start chanting, which only caught on as more information was exposed. All Might and the heroes near him could hear the chanting and they got even tenser. This was not looking good at all for the heroes. Izuku only kept talking as he laid out what his group wanted to aim for. I envision a society that it doesn't matter what quirk you have. If you are capable of doing the job, then you should be considered for it. If you want to go to school, you shouldn't have to be in fear for your life. It's time for Japan to move away from the hero system. It's time for new leadership in our government. So those that are willing to rise up, take to the streets and demand the heroes and government to surrender, because this is the Verdant declaration of war. We will not stop until we are all dead or arrested. We will not stop until we bring the change that the government and society have failed to do for the past 200 years. I am the Verdant Emperor and the time of the heroes is over. Izuku yelled out at the camera. The cheering and chanting only got louder in the area around and everyone viewing could hear it since it was so loud. 16. Endeavor though believed that if the leader was taken out it would end all of this, so he launched at Izuku and everyone yelled for him to stop, but it was too late. Endeavor got close to Izuku and was prepared to burn him alive. However, Dabi got in front of him and grabbed Endeavor's hand, and just lit his quirk up as the other guards moved Izuku back away from the fight. Within a few moments Endeavor was overpowered. The support gear that Izuku made for Dabi was too strong and allowed him to go too far higher temperatures than Endeavor could withstand, and his body was burned heavily. He was still alive but barely. Dabi tossed him back to the heroes and left him alive. Father, I won't kill you. Killing you means that you don't get to watch as my leader and I tear down your legacy. Tear down everything you wanted to achieve. I can also free the family and you will be left alone to rot. Dabi said with venom in his voice. Other heroes pulled Endeavor away and got him out of there. Everyone was in shock that the number 2, even though most were disgusted with him, were still shocked. He got defeated so easily. This was just another display of the Verdant power. 4. Izuku moved a bit forward and asked Dabi if he was okay, which he nodded. All Might moved forward and some were afraid for his safety. Even though the Verdant group was supported right now due to defeating All for One and exposing all the crimes, All Might was still loved and them killing him would turn everyone against them. Please, Verdant Emperor, there must be some way to end this peacefully. Quote. All Might asked and everyone listened into their talk. Izuku looked at him. Peacefully? You still live up to the name of the symbol of peace even now that you have run out of power, All Might. Though I wonder, how could this end peacefully? The government is corrupted and it needs to change. The hero system is corrupted and it needs to change as well. How do we peaceful end something with such corrupted systems in place, All Might? Izuku asked All Might and he was silent. I don't know. However, there has to be some way that a less bloody path exists. All Might asked. Izuku thought about it and was silent. You know, All Might, you might be one of the few that could have a chance to break my will on this, but I can't stop. Not now, All Might, Izuku said as he removed his mask revealing his face. All Might's eyes widened in shock. He remembered this boy in front of him. No, please, I am sorry, All Might stated and everyone was in shock. What was All Might sorry for? 14. Izuku walked up to All Might and everyone tensed. Izuku though shocked them all by hugging him. All Might's arms went around Izuku and hugged him and he only apologized again and again. Please, I am sorry, All Might stated. It's all right, All Might. I long forgave you. However, I can't stop. Many people go without justice, too many people are vilified for stupid reasons. Too many people are failed by the current corrupted government and society. It's time for it to change. Izuku stated as he pulled away and looked at All Might with a bright smile. All Might was broken down in tears as he kneeled at Izuku and gripped onto him. I destroyed you. I turned you into this. All Might stated. Everyone was wondering what happened between them. Izuku shook his head. You were only the straw that broke the camel's back. You were not the one that destroyed me. That goes to another person and the ones that helped him every single day of my life. That goes to society that looked down on me for being quirkless and tried to beat the life out of me every single day. This society treats quirkless people as a disease when it's not. I was able to gather a large army of people and reform them. I stopped them from committing crimes and harming people within a year, yet the government and society couldn't do it in 200 years. The time of heroes is over, All Might," Izuku said as he pulled All Might to his feet and hugged him one more time before returning to his side. 14. All Might, either the heroes and the government surrenders so that new leadership can take over to lead this country to far more peaceful times, or they will be forced out through blood. We don't plan to go out silently. I hope they will surrender, but we both know they won't," Izuku stated, and everyone was watching was silent. This was the start of a war and it was going to be bloody. Everyone knew the government wouldn't hand power over easily. Izuku then turned to the cameras and spoke. "People of Japan, I implore you, look at the current operations of this government and how society treats others. Is it really worth defending, or is it time for a new government to come into control and let it? Verdant will not be silent anymore, and we will bring about the changes needed. Once we take control, we will change the laws to better serve the people, to better protect them, to bring an end to the heroes and bring criminal and law enforcement back to the police jurisdiction with better equipped police and better trained police to handle quirk conflicts. Heroes have become only an entertainment industry with very few true heroes like All Might. Instead, we have people who are in it for fame and for money. People should not be incentivized to save. It's a responsibility that needs to return to the police, to the firefighters, to the EMTs. It's time for a change. So write up Japan and help US. Join US. We are Verdant and we are not going away," Izuku stated in the camera before walking away from them and looking at All Might. 1. The cameras kept rolling even though the Hero Commission and government were trying to get them to stop. Izuku spoke to All Might one more time before leaving. "All Might, tell Principal Nezu and the other heroes' schools to build dorms and turn into boarding schools. I will consider the schools as neutral grounds and will not authorize my men to attack them unless the hero schools are directly laughing operations from them or abusing the neutral grounds. Anyone without a provisional hero license will be safe unless they get involved in the fights. Those with provisional licenses and hero licenses will be open to attack when they are off campus or doing hero work. Do you understand?" Izuku asked All Might and he nodded his head. "I'll inform the schools of this and thank you for not targeting the schools," All Might stated. Everyone heard this and was shocked at the offer that the Verdant Emperor had just given All Might and the hero schools. Soon, Yojiku and the Verdant group left through the rumble, and the heroes didn't try to stop them. They still had to clear the rubble for anyone else that was hidden. This was the declaration of war that would go down in history. 3rd Pav. 4. The world was in shock. They were watching the heroes raid the League of Villains bases and the fight had turned deadly on a massive level. The number 2 and the number 4th hero who were both at the raid on the warehouse had been manhandled more or less by the powerful villain and everyone was scared. They were downright scared that several top heroes just got taken out by one single villain and that villain had zero damage done to him by the heroes. The students of UA as well were shocked as they were all in the common room area watching the news chopper broadcasting the battles. Everyone was just watching, just waiting, and just praying something would turn this battle around, but the heroes were being just decimated. Then hope appeared as All Might came flying in and attacked the villain. Everyone in the dorms broke out in cheers at that moment and were yelling for him to win and defeat the villain. However, all hope is not meant to last forever. As the fight went on, they all watched as the villain withstood blow after blow of All Might's. 2. Even after All Might had destroyed the mask that the villain was wearing and exposing the scarred face, All Might was pushed back once again as the villain had powered up a large attack and All Might was forced to block it due to the fact that civilians were in the path behind him. He either dodged and allowed them all to die or he stayed and took it on. The hero, being the hero he was, had decided to take the blast on, and it was at that moment that the room became dead silent. Everyone was frozen in place and even Eraserhead was frozen in place. He knew about the form, but for it to be revealed in front of the world was world-shattering for everyone. As a woman had called out for him to get back up, All Might was still in shock though from learning something from the villain, though they didn't know what it was. However, what happened next shocked them even more as a bang sound was heard from multiple spots on the TV. They all watched as the villain had blocked something, but the way his body had jerked they assumed he got hit by whatever it was. Then, they all heard a clapping sound. They watched as the TV camera moved across the field and showed people from Verdant. The students all broke out into chatter about the Verdant group being there, but then they heard their teacher mutter something. "That's not good. Not good at all. Fuck," he stated, not hiding his words. They all wondered why he said that. "You will see. Verdant is far more dangerous than all for one, likely, and our world is about to change," Aizawa stated, and they all were scared as they turned back to the TV and kept watching. They watched the news as they heard the reporter cheer at the fact that Verdant was there. The reporters spoke. It's Verdant. It's the group that has been known to appear during some of the recent crises and help people out. It's the Verdant," stated the reporter. "It seems Verdant is here to save the day," the reporter stated. Soon this caused everyone in the room to tense as they heard the people on site cheer the Verdant name, and the heroes were tense at this on screen. The students of 1A had a bad feeling as they heard the words of the leader of Verdant. "Having trouble all for one? Of course, that is a silly question since that drug was made to counter you and cause you problems with your multiple quirks. I bet your body feels in horrible pain right now. Bring him to me," stated the leader behind his mask as a chair was pulled out from another member's quirk. The leader just sat down and everyone was shocked at his calmness. Soon members of Verdant just dragged all for one before the leader, and everyone in the common room was shocked. This was the man that just went blow for blow and overpowered All Might, yet he was helpless before the Verdant, and the news reported it as such. They were starting to realize what their teacher meant by them being more dangerous, and they didn't like the feeling they had in their stomachs. 8. To think the heroes have fallen so low. The symbol of peace couldn't defeat you, and so much damage was caused between the two battles you both had. It's quite pathetic after all. It only took one bullet from us to bring you to an end all for one, and yet the almighty symbol of peace couldn't do it and had to cause so much destruction in his fight with you," stated the leader that was sitting in the chair. That's not fair to All Might. Most of the damage was done by the villain," stated one of the students, and Aizawa just spoke up. "Doesn't matter. It's the hero's job to limit it." The Verdant leader just planted a large seed of doubt in people's minds about the ability of heroes. "That's the Verdant's goal. They plan to destroy hero society, and we don't know much about them yet. You can see what they can do." Aizawa stated, and everyone just kept watching in silence. They all had many thoughts in their minds and were scared about the future, while some were pissed at what the Verdant group was doing. "Congratulations, class. You just met Japan's first major anti-hero organization, and they are powerful," Aizawa stated, but no one felt happy about that fact at all. As they were watching more, they were in store for another shock due to what just happened as more members of Verdant appeared. The new arrivals, though, had the entire league of villains with them. They just did what the heroes failed to do in months. The Verdant leader spoke up and started to talk about how he won in the end. "It honestly wasn't that hard. I just planned around for different situations and made sure I had enough power to take you out in one go. You were a terrifying man that has lived for 200 years after all. I wasn't going to strike until I knew I could land the ending blow. Too bad that your successor recited my men. He died for it, though the other members of the league gave up. Also, if you were wondering about escaping later from prison, then you were wrong, since I already took care of the doctor who created those Nomu creatures, by the way. Did you honestly think I wouldn't find him?" stated the leader of Verdant, and this caused everyone to be shocked. This person that fought All Might was 200 years old, and he just got defeated by the Verdant group, which took out hidden members of the league that no one knew about as well. 1. The class was stunned, and they got even more stunned when they heard the villain's words. "I surrender," all for one stated. This made everyone shocked and cheer. Though the students and heroes were cheering, they knew that the Verdant group just solidified their foundations in the minds of all of Japan's citizens. The heroes knew that Verdant wasn't going anywhere for a long time. After watching the prisoners get taken away, it was a standoff between the heroes and the Verdant group. Everyone was waiting for something to happen. 1. The leader of the Verdant group turned to a camera crew that got close and spoke to the camera. "Now, you might be wondering what is next. The symbol of peace is done and has to retire now after all. That means Endeavor will become the next #1 hero, right? Well, not so fast. You see, there is a huge problem that the Verdant is intended to resolve. You see, it's the Verdant belief that it's time for this society that is run by the heroes to come to an end. As such, This is the Verdant's official declaration of war against the heroes and the government of Japan. Stated the Verdant leader, and the students paled. Aizawa yelled out curse words left and right. Shit. Shit 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 shit. They fucking actually did it. ... They are. Fuck. Aizawa said as Nezu ran into the room since he knew they were watching here. He was watching in his office but decided to join them. Aizawa, calm down, we need to watch every single detail since it will be important for UA's fate and the students' lives. Nezu yelled as he came in. I am so glad I made the dorms so quickly. Nezu thought since it was better to have the students near to be protected by many heroes, especially if a war breaks out. As they kept watching, they saw All Might move between both sides. He pleaded for a peaceful end and not to break out into war. 3. Come on All Might, you can do it, somehow, please. Mina of 1A cried out. She was afraid and she had the right to be. They were on the prelude to war. After All Might pleaded, the leader of Verdant spoke up in response. Why, you ask? Simple. This current society is corrupted. This society pushes people to become villains. This society allows blatant discrimination against those with the so-called weak quirks, villainous quirks, or those that have no quirks whatsoever. This society is run by corrupted heroes and officials. That is why, can you honestly tell me All Might that this society doesn't deserve to be redone with new leadership? It's had 200 years to correct the issues but it hasn't done it. Instead, it allows people like Endeavor to profit from it and rise to the top. Now he will be the #1 hero and lead the society, or have you been blinded by the fame and glory of being at the top for so long All Might that you don't see the issues that you clearly overlooked? Stated the leader, and everyone was silent. He's right, you know, Shinso stated, shocking everyone. Nezu and Aizawa had to agree as well. The Verdant leader just stated massive issues with the current system in front of everyone, and people like them could easily find themselves agreeing with it. This is bad. They are taking the moral high ground in this war. We will see a lot of people joining them, Nezu stated, and the students looked at him in shock that he considers them on the moral high ground. That he considered that a lot of people would join the Verdant group. However, it seemed things could only get worse as they watched Endeavor open his mouth and insult the Verdant group, which triggered a member to come forth. Shoto fell to the ground in tears when he heard the villain speak and clean his hair out. Toya, Shoto spoke out between tears. The Verdant member was none other than the oldest son of Endeavor. Verdant guard Dabi, also known as Toya Todoroki, the firstborn of Endeavor, who attempted to kill Toya Todoroki off years ago after years of abuse from his father. Endeavor went on to abuse his wife and the other children, more importantly his youngest son Shoto Todoroki. This is the man that you have as the current #2. This is the man you have becoming the #1. An abuser, a murderer. A man full of sin that creates villains every single day he is alive due to his lack of care. He causes more damage and crime than he fixes. This is your heroes Japan. Yelled the leader of the Verdant group as countless pieces of information appeared on the TV. It showed all the different crimes of Endeavor and other heroes. Shit, whoever this leader is smart and has planned this well. We are going to have riots on our hands within days. Nezu yelled as he was worried about his students' safety. This was not turning out well for the heroes. Nezu was worried if this would be the end of UA. 21. The leader of Verdant just kept talking about more things and exposed stuff that the Hero Commission had done, including an issue with Hawks. Is that true? Did the commission really? Asked one student. I don't know. Nezu could only respond, but he knew. With all of these other crimes that have already been confirmed, the likelihood of the Hawks situation being false was unlikely. Then, Verdant hit the issue with the Meta Liberation Army and talked about how the government and the commission limited Nezu's resources. He's really good, Nezu muttered at the sight before him. A part of him was happy that Verdant just bailed him out of a hole somewhat, but was concerned if Verdant might ask for a favor later. They could hear the Verdant name being chanted loudly from the TV. I envision a society that it doesn't matter what quirk you have. If you are capable of doing the job, then you should be considered for it. If you want to go to school, you shouldn't have to be in fear for your life. It's time for Japan to move away from the hero system. It's time for new leadership in our government. So those that are willing to rise up, take to the streets and demand the heroes and government to surrender, because this is the Verdant declaration of war. We will not stop until we are all dead or arrested. We will not stop until we bring the change that the government and society have failed to do for the past 200 years. I am the Verdant Emperor and the time of the heroes is over. Stated the leader loudly. Checkmate. We just lost a big portion of Japan. This is going to be a war that is going to be difficult for us to win. I need to consider UA's options. The students aren't going to be safe. The commission might try to pull them onto the front lines and they will die in a war of this scale easily. Nezu stated, and he looked at the students. I'm sorry, I refuse to make you child soldiers in a war. Being heroes is one thing and getting trained for it over 3 years, but being trusted into war at this young of an age. I can't do that to you. I might shut UA down to ensure you all stay alive, or at least have a good chance of doing it, since UA is a prime target in this war. Nezu stated as he lowered his head and could only listen to the sobs and curses. Though, Endeavor just had to make shit worse as he attacked the leader of Verdant and got wiped out. Idiot, you just gave the enemy a morale boost. Taking out the number 2 hero even if he is disgraced will drop our side's moral. Nezu stated as he cursed Endeavor's name. Shoto Todoroki had recovered somewhat but just had to watch as his father get beaten and destroyed by his older brother. He didn't know what to feel. But he did feel happiness at his brother's words. Father, I won't kill you. Killing you means that you don't get to watch as my leader and I tear down your legacy. Tear down everything you wanted to achieve. I can also free the family and you will be left alone to rot. Dabi. The number 2 had just been defeated, meaning Hawks, who had gotten treated horribly by the commission, would be the number 1 hero. Nezu didn't know if Hawks would stand with them or defect. Losing another top hero would only damage them further. Then Nezu snapped out of his thoughts as he heard All Might's name get screamed. He looked up and saw All Might approach the leader of Verdant. Please, Verdant Emperor, there must be some way to end this peacefully. All Might asked, and everyone listened into their talk. The leader looked at him. Peacefully? You still live up to the name of the symbol of peace even now that you have run out of power, All Might. Though I wonder, how could this end peacefully? The government is corrupted and it needs to change. The hero system is corrupted and it needs to change as well. How do we peaceful end something with such corrupted systems in place, All Might? Asked the leader, and All Might was silent for a bit. I don't know, however, there has to be some way that a less bloody path exists. All Might asked. Izuku thought about it and was silent. You know, All Might, you might be one of the few that could have a chance to break my will on this, but I can't stop. Not now, All Might, stated the leader as he removed his mask, revealing his face. All Might's eyes widened in shock. No, please, I am sorry, All Might stated, and everyone was in shock. What was All Might sorry for? Then everyone in the 1A dorm heard an ear-piercing scream. No, Bakugo screamed as he dropped to his knees and broke into tears. Izuku, Izuku, Bago muttered as he was in shock. Nezu asked him for a full name and tried to get it out of him, and Bakugo said Izuku Midoriya. Nezu pulled up the name and was shocked at what he found. He's quirkless. He's our enemy, and yet he gathered such a powerful organization. Oh, that is not good. This means he's not ruling out of fear of strength but loyalty. Nezu thought as he cured out loud, gaining all of their attention. We're going to be fighting an uphill battle. He's a leader of loyalty and not one of ruling via fear of strength. Izuku Midoriya is quirkless and somehow he gathered such a powerful organization. His men are going to be die-hard loyal likely, which means we won't get information easily if we catch anyone. Breaking their organization will be so hard to do, Nezu stated as he knew the situation was getting worse and worse for them. Though they watched the TV, they were shocked as Izuku Midoriya hugged All Might. 16. Please. I am sorry, All Might stated. It's all right, All Might. I long forgave you. However, I can't stop. Many people go without justice. Too many people are vilified for stupid reasons. Many people are failed by the current corrupted government and society. It's time for it to change, Izuku stated as he pulled away and looked at All Might with a bright smile. All Might was broken down in tears as he kneeled at Izuku and gripped onto him. I destroyed you. I turned you into this, All Might stated. Everyone was wondering what happened between them. Izuku shook his head. You were only the straw that broke the camel's back. You were not the one that destroyed me. That goes to another person and the ones that helped him every single day of my life. That goes to society that looked down on me for being quirkless and tried to beat the life out of me every single day. This society treats quirkless people as a disease when it's not. I was able to gather a large army of people and reform them. I stopped them from committing crimes and harming people within a year, yet the government and society couldn't do it in 200 years. The time of heroes is over, All Might, Izuku said as he pulled All Might to his feet and hugged him one more time before returning to his side. At those words, Bakugo started to cry out apologies. Bakugo, what did you do? Asked some of his friends. He just kept apologizing as he watched the screen and didn't answer them. He was in shock and was so focused on the screen and the green-haired boy. 4. People of Japan, I implore you, look at the current operations of this government and how society treats others. Is it really worth defending, or is it time for a new government to come into control and let it? Verdant will not be silent anymore, and we will bring about the changes needed. Once we take control, we will change the laws to better serve the people. To better protect them. To bring an end to the heroes and bring criminal and law enforcement back to the police jurisdiction with better equipped police and better trained police to handle quirk conflicts. Heroes have become only an entertainment industry with very few true heroes like All Might. Instead, we have people who are in it for fame and for money. People should not be incentivized to save. It's a responsibility that needs to return to the police, to the firefighters, to the EMTs. It's time for a change. So write up Japan and help US. Join US. We are Verdant and we are not going away, Izuku stated in the camera before walking away from them and looking at All Might. His speech, I hate to say it, but it even inspired me, and I'm on the opposite side of him. Muttered Todoroki, shocking everyone, but they had to admit as well they felt inspired by it, which was a huge issue. 16. All Might, tell Principal Nezu and the other heroes' schools to build dorms and turn into boarding schools. I will consider the schools as neutral grounds and will not authorize my men to attack them unless the hero schools are directly laughing operations from them or abusing the neutral grounds. Anyone without a provisional hero license will be safe unless they get involved in the fights. Those with provisional licenses and hero licenses will be open to attack when they are off campus or doing hero work. Do you understand? Izuku Midoriya asked All Might, who nodded his head and thanked the leader of the Verdant for declaring the schools as neutral grounds. Oh, thank fuck, Nezu yelled as that statement had caused a lot of tension to go off his shoulders. Thank fuck I built these dorms earlier than planned. All students are restricted from leaving the dorms. Nezu yelled as he sent a text message out via their emergency system to all phones and emails of students and teachers. The students asked him if the school would remain open with this change, and Nezu nodded his head. From now on, as it stands, we will stay open. We will tread a careful like of ensuring we don't violate the terms he set forth for natural grounds. We can't lose that, and I'm hesitant to allow you to obtain your provisional licenses like we had planned next semester. If you obtain them, the commission might try to pull you into the war easier, and without them, there are more legal protections stopping them from doing it. Nezu told them and they nodded their heads. They were disappointed they wouldn't get to do it, but they didn't know if they were ready to go to war. They wanted to save people, not kill in a war. 31. Soon the night passed and All Might arrived back at the campus. Nezu had called all staff and students back to the school and ordered them to stay on campus. They were not allowed to leave without his approval, and everyone was to be logged. The gates and defenses were all armed and turned on. The robots from the entrance exam were guarding the walls and had lethal force activated. Nezu wasn't playing around in the safety of his school. There were even searchlights turned on and moving around, with a lot of ectoplasm clones roaming around as well. The school looked like a prison and everyone had to agree to that assessment. 9. The teachers were all in an emergency meeting talking about the events. All Might was already cleared to return to the school. The news reports were still talking about the Verdant, and there was already reports of small protests starting that were denouncing the government and Hero Commission, and they were only growing by the hour. Nezu and Aizawa had informed them all of Bakugo's connection, and Nezu had hacked into his old schools. The video wasn't good for what they found. Izuku Midoriya had a lot of reason to turn into what he did, and it was amazing he wasn't lashing out harsher than he has before now. All Might, who was racked with guilt, had explained what happened between Izuku and himself. Indeed, you were the last straw that broke him. He placed the final hopes that he had for this society in you, and it failed him. Nezu stated, not holding back on his words since there was no point. This was the end result and they could only deal with the fallout now. Nezu, what do you think our chances of winning are? All Might asked, kind of afraid to know. He also needed to talk to Mirio about this entire event as well, since Izuku knew about One for All. He chooses not to reveal One for All, but the question is why. It could have caused more damage if he painted me in a horrible light, but he didn't. He still called me a true hero and forgave me. All Might thought as he waited for Nezu's response. Honest view or cold and calculated view? Nezu asked, and they didn't know if there was a difference. Both. All Might asked. Honestly, not good. Without knowing more about their powers and how they took out All for One with whatever drug that was. 30/70th chance with us at 30% chance of winning. Cold and calculated version. 50/50 depending on how bloody the government decided to get. They will likely authorize KOS orders or kill on-site orders. They will want to massacre all members of the Verdant with the highest priority on the leader. They won't care if children are involved. They will be killed on-site if they decided to be cold and calculated about it. Nezu stated. That statement made their blood turn cold. They didn't know how to feel about their government ordering them to massacre the other side on-site. All Might felt like he wanted to throw up at the idea. Is this really the government and society I helped build up? Did I help create this society that led to this result? All Might thought but had no answer. No one did, since the war had already started. 8. An emergency news report came on. Inko Midoriya had been arrested and detained in connection to her son's crimes. The government suspended due process rights for any rebel member or those arrested in connection to them. The government and Hero Commission had announced that Inko Midoriya was to be executed if Izuku Midoriya aka Verdant Emperor didn't turn himself in within 48 hours. The entire room was in shock. The people of Japan were in shock. Izuku Midoriya, though, he wasn't shocked. He was enraged and he swore he would tear them down. There was going to be no peace if they executed her. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop black hearts in the comments so I can know who watches the video till the end, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.